It's so quiet. It must be. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kathleen Stevens, and I'm president of KEI, and it's a great pleasure to welcome all of you here in our live audience and online to KEI on this blustery Ides of March to talk about the South Korean nuclear armament debate. I think most of us have spent a lot more time thinking about the North Korean nuclear challenge. But I'm also very aware, and we at KEI are aware, that the question of South Korea's own attitudes towards nuclear armament, nuclear weapons deployment has been something that's been much in the news, even this week as we speak and over the last few weeks. I do want to say that we at KEI, and in particular our great new Director for Academic Affairs, not so new now, Dr. Clint Work, has had proposed way back last October that we look at this and we try to look at it in a comprehensive and thoughtful way. Well, we try to do everything somewhat comprehensively and thoughtful, but especially this issue. Now, I think we're all aware that the Yoon Suk-yeol administration has firmly and repeatedly stated that its policy is neither the reintroduction of U.S. tactical nuclear weapons to the Republic of Korea, nor is it that South Korea should pursue its own nuclear armament. But we're also well aware, whether we're picking up a South Korean newspaper or an American newspaper, that if any of us pick up newspapers anymore, but we certainly see the debate online, that there's a lot of public sentiment, public surveys in South Korea that suggest this is a very lively conversation and debate, and that there's about both issues, deployment of U.S. tactical of extended deterrence, how to strengthen that, the deployment of U.S. assets, as well as South Korea and what it should do on its own. So with all this, and given KEI's mission of trying to deepen the dialogue and understanding between our two countries, especially in this year of the 70th anniversary of the alliance, we wanted to try to really explore this issue, as I said, in a thoughtful and critical way. So we're here for a few hours today with three extraordinary panels. Some of you have already seen online the papers that our panelists have written. They are insightful, thankfully, if I can say, succinct, and yet explores it from many different dimensions. And this is what we'd like to try to do today, to spend more than an hour on this and to look at a range of issues, and also to bring together a range of voices. Young, emerging, mid-career experts, some voices perhaps we need to hear more from now and going forward. And we're going to look at it from a variety of angles, historical, domestic, and international. So our first panel is up today, and I'm going to turn to Clint in a minute for some housekeeping, and we're going to try to keep the biographical sketches brief, but I would encourage you to look at the program you received as you came in, or if you're online, it's all online. Our first panel is a wonderful panel that's going to look at the historical background on this issue and how it relates to the alliance and South Korea's own security challenges. And I was just talking, I said, with Mr. Lawless, who's going to moderate our panel today, thinking in particular about the 1970s and the 2020 strategic context. Suddenly, as we were saying, these things seem more relevant. I have to mention, I'm jumping ahead of my notes here by saying I'm seeing Richard Lawless for the first time in quite a long time, but we worked together back in the aughts, still this century, when he was at the Defense Department and I was at the State Department. I knew then, and I've just recalled with him now, that we both were in South Korea in the 1970s. And we both spent a lot of time in Chungcheong Province. These are things which maybe may or may not be relevant. But Mr. Lawless does have a book called Hunting Nukes, which I think does dwell some on that period in the 1970s. I was not hunting nukes in South Korea at the time. I was teaching in a boys' middle school. But I don't have a book about that yet. But I'm looking forward to his book, and we're really, really pleased. I'm so pleased personally to see Richard back again and leading this panel. So we'll look at that, and also the evolution of alliance consultation mechanisms and extended deterrence. And then, as you'll see in your program, the second panel is going to look at some of that public opinion data that has been so widely quoted, take a little bit more of a deep dive into that with some real experts. Think about the public debate and political party views on the issue in South Korea. think about what the factors are that are driving the debate in addition to the question of U.S. credibility. There's a lot of other factors as well, and the complicated effects that a South Korean nuclear armament program would have on inter-Korean relations, and probably a lot of other things too. We'll hear about that. And the third and final panel will offer a look at some of the broader international effects of this debate and any prospective ROK moves, including on, of course, the U.S. ROK alliance itself, but also the NPT, and how other key regional states would view the issue, in particular China and Japan. So I've mentioned, we're not going to introduce all the panelists, except to say I'm so pleased with their papers and their contributions. And we have, now I'm singling out people. We have some former interns here, some current employees. We're really glad to see these rising scholars join us and return to KEI in so many ways. I'll leave the final panel to the final panel. And of course, at lunch, if you'll stay for lunch, for those of you who are here, we're going to have Dr. Sig Hecker, who also has a new book out, Hinge Points, about the North Korean program, but has also been thinking about the South Korean program as well, and is going to join us for lunch. So I hope that this conference and what follows, the papers and the discussion, will provide greater understanding and insight about something that is a very complex and challenging issue for the region, the alliance, and beyond. And will steer us in some directions for all these wonderful scholars we have here and policy thinkers for further discussion and debate as we have a very active spring of U.S. ROK engagement in this year, the 70th anniversary of the alliance, and this year of so many geopolitical challenges. So with that, welcome again to all of you. Thank you so much for your work on this, your continuing work, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Work.
Thank you, Kathy, very much. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Well, welcome everybody who's here in KEI and also joining us virtually. As Kathy alluded to, this has really been about 5 months in the making. So it's wonderful always to see all of that background effort come together actually on the day of the event. And I want to just single out my KEI colleague, Andy Hong, who's been my wingman in putting this all together. And his effort's been fantastic and essential to putting this on, as well as all my other KEI colleagues who have helped put this on and are currently helping run it. I just wanted to give a few brief housekeeping notes on just the run of show of the event for people's awareness. As Kathy mentioned, we'll have 3 panels, and they'll all follow the same sort of format. For the first part, all the panelists will give takeaways from the papers that they've written. We'll then turn to a moderated Q&A with our moderators for about 15 minutes, and then turn to you, the audience, for questions that you may have about the papers that we present, as well as to those online. And in that vein, if you're here in the audience, just old-fashioned raise your hand and we will bring a mic to you. If you're online, please put your questions in the chat function and we will turn to those as well. When it comes to the lunch break, we'll move directly from the first panel into the second panel. And then after the second panel, we'll break for lunch at 11:50. We want people to mingle, eat, check out the rest of our newly remodeled office. And then we will reconvene, at least for those who want to potentially pose questions to Dr. Hecker in this room, 12:15. But if you want to keep eating and mingling, we will have his remarks on the TVs out there as well. And finally, we have sequentially published the papers over the last 6 weeks or so on our website, but we have also digitally compiled them, and they are available. We'll put a link online right now for those who want to download that PDF. And for those in-house, the QR code is not for your lunch order. It is for the aforementioned report. So if you want to aim your phone at it, you can access it there as well. So please share widely. I think that's enough out of me. I'll pass things over to Mr. Richard Lawless, who we're very pleased to have joining us.
Well, thank you, Clint. Very much appreciate Kathy's opening remarks. Pleasure to be here, and I thank you for creating this wonderful forum to have this important discussion. I will lead by saying that I'm also a beneficiary of Clint's work on his PhD thesis. I think it's one of the most detailed and prescriptive for sure assessments of the entire run of the U.S. ROK alliance. And I would recommend to anybody, if you haven't read Clint's paper, to do so, because it is quite an accomplishment. So I want to mention that first, Clinton. Thank you. Secondly, I know that we have, I'm very mindful of my moderator duties and keeping everybody in the cage, if you will, in terms of the amount of time that they get to spend on what they're presenting. But I want to mention that we have Paul Che from RAND that will make his presentation, certainly on a very interesting topic on the mechanisms for strengthening deterrence, among others, on the alliance. And that's a very compelling issue, and it's an ongoing process, but I know that Paul's comments are going to be of great interest. I believe that Andy Hong's presentation on, again, deterrence capabilities and how these are evolving are very important as well. And certainly not last but least, the comments that will be made by my next door neighbor here, Tewa. And I think that's going to put some additional aspects of this into perspective. So the whole idea here is that each of the presenters will spend about 10 minutes making their points. At the end of that collective session, we'll have, I'll ask a couple of questions and use up a little bit of time, but obviously the capstone of all this is for you folks to participate and direct questions at them to round out the session. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Clint to make his presentation.
Thank you, Richard. And I think most people are aware, but Richard himself embodies in his experience and in the history that he's recently written as well, a lot of what we'll be discussing today. So we're fortunate to have him, and it's also daunting to have him as our moderator. So in my piece, I attempt to explore certain tensions, certain historical tensions and contradictions in the U.S. commitment to South Korea, and how they've affected very complicated processes of extended deterrence and allied reassurance, which of course have become even more complicated in the post-Cold War era and within a democratized South Korea. And I think help us better understand how the alliance got to where it is today and some of the increased discourse on South Korea's nuclear armament. Throughout the Korean War, the U.S. considered and threatened nuclear use, yet these threats belied what I see as a really inherent tension in Washington's commitment to Korea, namely that it was not important enough to further expand the war on or beyond the peninsula, but far too important to simply relinquish. And I think this tension remains even today, despite South Korea's remarkable transformation and enhanced intrinsic value. Following the signing of the Korean War Armistice Agreement, and to signal U.S. commitment, Washington agreed to, of course, a mutual defense treaty with South Korea and the forward deployment of U.S. troops, and soon thereafter began considering the deployment of tactical nuclear weapons, which it first deployed in January of 1958, and by the mid to late 60s had deployed about 8 different types and nearly 1,000 warheads. And this decision to deploy tactical nuclear weapons and advanced conventional weapons at that time was driven by several factors. One, to prevent alliance forces from being overrun early in a conflict. Second, to, quote, modernize U.S. and ROC forces, but also to set parameters to South Korea's own capabilities and agency. And third, as part of a broader global strategy, to incorporate nuclear weapons in U.S. military forces. So 4 years after forward deployment of theater nuclear weapons to Europe, the concurrent deployment of tactical nuclear weapons to Taiwan, Korea, and elsewhere in East Asia was part of this broader sort of techno-bureaucratic momentum. However, as I see it, it applied a catch-all formula which, alongside a monolithic conception of communism at the time, conflated distinct local threats in ways that veiled problematic contradictions just beneath the surface. And so forward deployment of large numbers of tactical nuclear weapons implied deterrence failure on a grand scale, which of course was meant to reinforce deterrence. However, it also starkly limited options, which I think became particularly apparent when successive U.S. administrations either attempted to reduce and realign their forces or in the wake of North Korean provocations. So for example, in 1968 and 1969, the Johnson and Nixon administrations, respectively, in response to the Pueblo incident and the EC-121 shootdown, faced a polarized spectrum of response options, from a minimum conventional response, which is, of course, what they opted for, and a maximum threat of nuclear use. However, to a degree, both of these response options lacked credibility. The former risked further provocations and angered Seoul, which expected a more robust response, thus potentially spurring its own effort to seek strategic autonomy from Washington. And the latter, namely the threat of nuclear use, was so disproportionate that it was sort of unbelievable, politically costly, of dubious military utility, and I think most critically, it went against the ROK's own desire to avoid nuclear use on the Korean Peninsula. Ironically, though, it was these same events that would spur U.S. efforts to further reduce, realign, and make more flexible its force posture on the peninsula, which in turn sparked ROK doubts about the U.S. commitment, and of course, Seoul's own hedging through, for example, its own clandestine nuclear weapons program, which will be explored by some of my fellow panelists. So Washington curtailed Seoul's effort by promising, among other strong countermeasures, by promising to maintain troop levels, but also through the first ever public acknowledgement of tactical nuclear weapons in South Korea in 1975, and the refusal to rule out first use. And this dynamic became even more pronounced under President Jimmy Carter's abortive troop withdrawal policy in the late 1970s, during which the Pentagon began to openly speak about theater nuclear weapons as the symbolic link between forward deployed troops and larger U.S. Strategic forces. And it was also at that time that Washington began to insert the language on the nuclear umbrella into the annual Security Consultative Meetings joint communiques, which of course is a practice it's maintained ever since. So simply put, the more Washington reduced and realigned its force posture, the more it openly cast its nuclear shadow. Of course, it was also at this time that the alliance established the Bilateral Combined Forces Command, or CFC, which was a much more integrated defense arrangement within which South Korea took on a more robust role. However, none of these very notable changes obviated the tension at the core of the U.S. commitment, nor the polarized and limited options it had vis-a-vis a highly risk-acceptant North Korea. And furthermore, that tighter alliance integration within the CFC explicitly excluded consultation on the U.S. nuclear umbrella. It was also during the same period that the U.S. began to significantly reduce its theater nuclear weapons, both in Korea and the region. And this was due in part to a major security review, but also greater scrutiny about the escalatory risks of these weapons. Now, of course, these risks had been there all along, and many people cite them today as a reason not to reintroduce tactical nuclear weapons to the peninsula. But what had changed in the late 1980s was the political and strategic context. The waning of the Cold War led to George H.W. Bush's nuclear security initiative in September of 1991 and the unilateral removal of all theater nuclear weapons except from a handful of NATO allies. Just like their introduction to the peninsula in 1958, the removal of tactical nukes was largely driven by broader geopolitical imperatives, but also the need to persuade Pyongyang to accept international inspections of its fledgling nuclear program, and also because South Korea's defense at the time was no longer seen as necessary to South Korea's defense. However, a key condition at the time to reassure Seoul and to enhance extended deterrence was continued reaffirmation of the U.S. nuclear umbrella. Following the Cold War, deterring North Korea as it advanced its nuclear missile capabilities, of course, has become a far more complex process. For one, U.S. nuclear posturing and signals have been inconsistent and at times highly provocative. And while partially effective at the upper strategic level, they've lacked credibility below that threshold. So as I discussed during the Cold War, North Korea was perfectly willing to test the alliance in that space. Now that it possesses its own nuclear deterrent, it appears far more emboldened to do so. Critically, deterrence signals are also meant, of course, to reassure Seoul. Yet Seoul's economic growth and enhanced capabilities, which will also be discussed on this panel, while the basis for a stronger alliance, have also significantly complicated Allied reassurance. Given further reductions in realignments in U.S. forces since the end of the Cold War, the ROK's steadily advancing conventional capabilities have become more central to the alliance's own deterrence and warfighting equation. But as a result of that, Seoul, of course, has placed greater scrutiny on the U.S. nuclear umbrella. Furthermore, South Korea's democratization, while it's also deepened alliance ties, has complicated that same reassurance process. Of course, during the Cold War, alliance management and reassurance, it wasn't a simple process, but it was channeled through a much more centralized dictatorial ROK government. Nowadays, civil society, public opinion are much more prominent factors in alliance management. And new generations of ROK leaders with different views on the alliance and inter-Korean relations have entered the decision-making fray. So on the one hand, progressive ROK administrations pursue a theory of deterrence that's premised on restraint and a more compatriotic view of inter-Korean relations. And for them, they often seek greater autonomy both in and outside of the alliance. And they often see US extended deterrence signals as too much. On the other hand, conservative administrations operate with a theory of deterrence that emphasizes readiness and a preparedness to retaliate against North Korean provocations. They often see US deterrence policy and signals as not enough. Both progressives and conservatives seek greater input in alliance and US planning, but I think for different reasons. And so as a result of this, reassurance gets tangled as different ROK administrations react differently to US extended deterrence policy, which again is itself inconsistent, and adopt ever-shifting policy trajectories. So these complex dynamics have played out in the alliance's consultative mechanisms, which have emerged and evolved over the last 2 decades, which Paul will be talking about in more detail. These mechanisms do represent a very genuine effort to develop a more holistic approach to deterring North Korea's evolving threat. However, due to the aforementioned dynamics, the Allies have brought different understandings to these mechanisms. And so while there appears policy consensus, there are very real perceptual and operational gaps beneath that. So in closing, if polarized deterrence options were a problem for the US and the alliance during the Cold War, it's even more so today, and it places even greater stress on South Korea, which again already bears the overwhelming conventional deterrence responsibility for the alliance. So tightening alliance cooperation along the conventional nuclear threshold is critical to enhancing reassurance and reducing the appeal for Seoul of its own nuclear deterrent, but also signaling to Pyongyang that its own advancing capabilities do not afford it the luxury to coerce either beneath or up to the nuclear level. I do think the Biden and Yoon administrations have redoubled efforts to tighten their cooperation where US capabilities end, ROK capabilities begin, and most importantly, where the two intertwine. However, I think for this to be effective, to be more effective, this really demands that Washington show greater fidelity to South Korea's need for more involvement in US nuclear policy and planning, more than historically it's been comfortable with. But also, on the other hand, for Seoul to understand the limits of such cooperation do not reflect necessarily a lack of US commitment. And the last thing I'll say is an observation that I think is so obvious that it sometimes goes left unsaid, which is the fact that South Korea has never independently navigated its national security without a US force presence, except for 1 year, June of 1949 to the outbreak of the Korean War. And but for the return of US forces, it likely would have been swallowed whole and destroyed. So I think this cuts deep psychological grooves and results in insecurities that are wholly understandable. And I think, why do I say this? I say this because today we find ourselves with an urgent and advancing North Korean threat, a very unstable, broader strategic environment, but also a South Korea that's more capable than it's ever been. And so I see the alliance, that the institutional underpinnings of the alliance are facing tensions now that they did in the 70s, but they are anew these days. This doesn't mean it's going to become unbound. It means serious work needs to be put into what are problems with existing institutional arrangements, how might they be updated? And the last thing I'll say, which is not the most positive note, is this all happens in a political context. And there are political forces in our own country here that existed under the previous administration and could return again, which cast significant doubt about US commitment and credibility. So no matter what the Biden and Yoon administration do, democracies, fortunately, but sometimes unfortunately, have electoral turnover, and that changes context. And so I've said too much, so I'll close with that.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'm here to join the panel and provide context, historical context, that shapes the discourse of ROK nuclear armament. And I do this by examining how the alliance established and evolved its nuclear deterrence-focused consultative mechanism and posture. My study, therefore, takes stock of where progress has been made, but also identifies where progress has been limited. And I find that through various consultative mechanisms, the alliance has realized One, a more combined, comprehensive, and holistic deterrence posture. But that two, this generally involved greater integration of ROC advanced conventional means, ROC and US non-nuclear capabilities, and more non-military activities. Ultimately, the context I offer is this. While the alliance has adapted in critical ways to changes in the North Korean threat, thereby strengthening deterrence and providing reassurance, an enduring challenge remains in the conspicuous lack of progress to integrate South Korea in US nuclear operations. Now let me provide you highlights in the alliance's evolution that is the basis of my assessment. It is important to first note the context that led to official ROC-US dialogue on US extended nuclear deterrence, which only began in 2010 through the establishment of the Extended Deterrence Policy Committee, or EDPC. Following North Korea's second nuclear test and launching of the Eunha-2 long-range rocket, the alliance shared a concern that there was greater risk of alliance decoupling and of a stability-instability paradox on the peninsula. As a matter of global nuclear posture, the Obama administration sought to strengthen regional deterrence architectures and bolster alliance cooperation, while the Lee Myung-bak administration sought to make the US pledge of extended nuclear deterrence, quote and unquote, more concrete. For South Korea, there was a perception that US declaratory policy commitment was insufficient. This was informed partly by the failure of the alliance to deter North Korea's sinking of the Cheonan and the shelling of Waipido. Acts of aggression understood as likely to continue amid a North Korean leadership transition and increasingly credible nuclear shadow. Further, there was a ROC desire to better understand US, but in particular, POTUS's intent regarding the nuclear umbrella, given President Obama's pledge globally to reduce the role of nuclear weapons. This, of course, occurring amid an increase in North Korea's threat on the peninsula. Finally, South Korea desired better understanding of US nuclear operations, planning and execution, which remained opaque despite South Korea's vital national security interests depending on them. The EDPC thereby provided a mechanism for the United States and South Korea to exchange views on the North Korea threat and design a more comprehensive collective approach to deterrence. Through joint studies and tabletop exercises, the EDPC established the alliance's tailored deterrence strategy, a bilateral agreement to leverage not only the US nuclear umbrella, but also the conventional strike and missile defense capabilities, and not only US assets, but also ROC capabilities. In parallel, the alliance had another consultative mechanism, the Counter-Missile Capabilities Committee. Here, the committee established the 4D strategy, which was a comprehensive alliance approach to counter-missile operations. The 4D strategy was a bilateral agreement to counter North Korea's missile threat through not only deterrence by punishment, but also deterrence by denial, coordinating US and ROC plans to develop missile defense systems. This was followed in 2015 by the merger of the EDPC and the CMCC to create the Deterrence Strategy Committee, the DSC, which remains today. The focus on deterrence instead of extended deterrence in the name of this committee was deliberate. It was meant to underscore an alliance deterrence posture that integrated ROC capabilities to complement the US nuclear umbrella. Further, it acknowledged advances in North Korea's threat to marry nuclear capabilities with missile capabilities. The body of the DSC ended up continuing policy dialogues, exchanging thoughts on the North Korean threat, continuing TTXs, and conducting site visits to make the US capacity to extend nuclear deterrence, quote unquote, more tangible. This, of course, was followed in 2016 by the DSC agreement on the 4D Concepts and Principles Implementation Guidelines, or the CPIC. Here, I'd like to just point out that for South Korea, it was extremely important to reach an agreement on implementation guidelines, right? Here, the key word being implementation. Also in that year, the alliance established what's now referred to as the Extended Deterrence Strategy and Consultation Group, the EDSCG. This raised the level of bilateral consultations of the DSC, which was at the DASD level, to the ASD level. And it also included a 2+2 format. So co-chairs from both defense and state with their ROC counterparts. Now this form, this new architecture of consultative mechanisms, recognized that deterrence relied on diplomacy and economic statecraft just as much as it did military means. Of course, politics came into play, and during the Moon administration and the Trump administration, the EDSCG was paused. But with President Biden and President Yoon coming into office, it was reactivated in 2022 with all of its activities again coming into play. Ultimately, what this history shows is that the alliance has made critical progress in realizing a more comprehensive approach to deterrence, in advancing their extended nuclear deterrence consultations, and in establishing policy framework to guide more effective deterrence operations. However, this has yet to overcome a policy operations gap, integrating South Korea and US nuclear operations in a way that makes the US nuclear umbrella more concrete, or addresses the enduring perceptions of the need to better implement, or in Korean, 시행, or operationalize, 운용, deterrence, themes of this Yoon administration. As I take a step back, I recognize the genuine intent of the Biden administration to strengthen extended deterrence. There have been a lot of activities since the Yoon Biden administration have made efforts and agreed to do so. But if you look at this history of consultative mechanisms, what you realize is that our two administrations, unfortunately, are just doing more of the same. And I do not believe that this addresses the enduring challenge of the gaps of tasks that the alliance needs to address in order to be more fit for purpose, to be more relevant, to actually enhance deterrent effects, to bolster up the credibility of the US nuclear umbrella, and ultimately posture the alliance for the future, for the next 70 years in this very tenuous security environment. I'm happy to elaborate further on policy recommendations on how to do this, how I view the need to reform consultative mechanisms and alliance activities, but I will reserve those comments for the Q&A. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So in my piece, I want to draw a bit of focus on South Korea's drive towards deterrent capabilities, but I want to characterize this as a story of limits, namely technical limits and political limits. You can call them hurdles, you can call them tasks, you can call them whatever you want, but essentially these are limits that entail spoiling factors that have prevented the ROK from going nuclear and continue to do so. I want to characterize the 1970s as a time of South Korea confronting very stark technical limits, but facing comparatively fewer political constraints. When Park Chung-hee directs the Agency for Defense Development, the ADD, to develop this indigenous nuclear deterrent to provide this asymmetric deterrent capability against then superior conventional forces from Pyongyang, a lot of technology had to skirt US restrictions. South Korea did have nuclear power plants at that time with US support, but to build a weapon, South Korea would need to enrich enough fissile material. But of course, the question being how to do that without the US knowing. And so how do you build reactors that would not fall under US inspection or supervision and learn key reprocessing technologies without starting from scratch, which they believed would help enrich enough fissile material to accrue them to build this initial 20 kiloton device. As it would happen, South Korea would end up reaching out to other countries like France and Canada to acquire key spent fuel reprocessing technologies that they had hoped would move this project forward. And of course, thanks to the hard work of some, it ended up failing. But in some ways, there were fewer political constraints at the time. On the international normative side, the NPT was still nascent. In a rather ironic episode, the NPT it could be seen as being used by the ROK when South Korea ratified the NPT in 1975 as a precondition to acquire Canadian heavy water reactors, which they hoped to violate the NPT with. Other institutions like the Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, was emerging. It would be founded in 1974. And of course, domestically, like Dr. Work mentioned, the presidency was a far more powerful institution, and public opinion had a far weaker influence. If Park told ADD and the Korean Atomic Energy Research Institute, the KAERI, to build nukes, they were going to build nukes. And it ended up taking tremendous effort from the United States to put a stop to South Korean proliferation in the 1970s, which my colleagues in the panel have covered and will cover in greater detail. Whereas today, I'd say not all, but many technical limits have been overcome to a degree. But I believe political limits pose major obstacles that present the still big gap between nuclear latency and actual nuclear capability. Briefly touching on the warhead aspect, South Korean technical prowess in nuclear technology have come a long way. There's still, again, some technical limits, but I believe what are most stringent are political limits and consequences. We saw a glimpse from the overwhelming response over a small test in refining uranium by some scientists in 2000, which were not related to the ROK government. When it was discovered, it was immediately disavowed by the South Korean government, and it triggered an immediate investigation by the IAEA. So mechanisms were immediately activated, and in kind, they were immediately and actively responded to. And it's very important to recognize that this architecture still exists today. As for latency in delivery capabilities, I use the term latent triad, and I know the word triad raises questions and eyebrows. Let's first start with a disclaimer. South Korea is not currently developing a nuclear deterrent. Its conventional capabilities are not being built with the intent of building out a nuclear architecture. And any suggestions to that effect are both disavowed by myself and would be fiercely pushed back by the South Korean government. South Korea's indigenous aircraft and air-launched ordnance development, ballistic missile development, subsurface capability developments are built out of conventional deterrence goals and are well within alliance architectures. But I use the term latent triad because if South Korea chooses to go nuclear, South Korea would not be starting from scratch to build out capabilities to deliver a payload at range from the air, land, and sea. So the technical latency in terms of having a potential triad is there. So why not full speed ahead with building out this nuclear architecture, of course, the first warhead aspect aside? I would argue that there are still political limits with which Seoul has kept in close accordance. For example, the South Korean ballistic missile range limits were extended in lockstep with alliance consultation. Not once did South Korea blatantly violate these limits that were set in agreement with the United States. Lastly, there are political limits in developing a working nuclear doctrine in that what would normally constitute a doctrine does not yet exist. And I argue this is a political limitation, a limitation as in there are policy questions that have yet to be addressed, but need to be surmounted if the intent is to boost latency and close the gap with actual capability. So one area that one could look at is civil defense. That's an area where we're not seeing that much discussion on preparing the civilian population for a post-use environment. Are there enough gas masks and iodine pills? Are there enough hardened bunkers and shelters and shelf-stable supplies? Is there a policy thrust specifically catered toward a potential post-use environment? I'd say it's lacking at best. And in order to develop an actual working doctrine in terms of having nuclear capabilities, I'd say this is another task that needs to be surmounted, and it's a hurdle that's presented to South Korea closing the gap between latency and capability. But just as this has been a story of limits, it also has been one of those stories of these limits shifting. and Seoul may have certain expectations of how things could change from the status quo, which is where the US role also comes in, and which will be covered greatly by my colleagues. For example, I spoke about how conventional development has occurred within alliance boundaries, like with Korean ballistic missile guidelines shifting over the decades. It's worth asking, if limits have shifted in these areas, could they not also shift elsewhere? And it's understandable in this regard that other US allies appearing to be giving greater leeway in boosting its latency could be perceived as unfair by the ROK, resulting in increased demands. So US action and consultation has a lot of weight, because after all, South Korea it's not a rogue country. It's not in Seoul's interest to act completely against the grain of international or alliance norms on its own. So in conclusion, looking at these political considerations and limits shows that even with these polling numbers and increased discourse today, South Korea is not on the precipice of going nuclear just on the basis of its technical latency. The current state of ROK deterrent capability is that conventional deterrence has come a long way. But for nuclear latency to become a capability, there are still gaps in the technical space and even larger ones in the politics and policy space that would require a lot more action.
I'll first provide a brief overview of the 1970s ROK nuclear program and draw on some points of comparison and contrast with the ongoing nuclear debate. The 1970s was a turbulent period for the US ROK alliance. The Nixon Doctrine, US withdrawal from Vietnam, and the taunt with China exacerbated Seoul's fear of US abandonment. The alliance was further frayed by the Park Chung-hee regime's domestic oppression, which drew criticism from the US Congress. Park aspired for a deterrent that is independent of the US security guarantee. In the summer of 1974, the CIA station in Seoul reported to Washington that the ROK government is pursuing nuclear weapons. This plan included buying CANDU reactors from Canada and reprocessing plants from France. Through a mix of security assurances, unilateral pressure, and coordination with Western allies between 1974 and 1976, Washington successfully dissuaded Seoul from fully developing nuclear weapons. The Park Chung-hee regime canceled the reprocessing contract with France. While South Korean interest in nuclear weapons did persist, the ROK has made no serious effort to pursue them since late 1976. The first point of comparison here is how the US continues to see the issue from a global non-proliferation regime perspective, the fact that this is not a strictly bilateral issue between Washington and Seoul. The Non-Proliferation Treaty came into effect in 1970 with strong US backing. Washington was caught off guard by India's first nuclear weapons test in 1974. It has been keeping close eyes on potential proliferators. Canada, whose reactor sailed to India, inadvertently helped their nuclear program, was intent on not repeating the same mistake with the South Koreans. The Park government's pursuit of nuclear weapons thus came at a very sensitive time when the US and its allies were scrambling to salvage the NPT regime. In 2023, Washington continues to see the issue from a broader non-proliferation agenda. Discussions in Washington surrounding ROK's nuclear armament deal with the danger of a nuclear arms race in East Asia. They also debate implications for other regions, such as the Middle East, where Iran's nuclear program is fueling discussions of nuclear armament. The second point of comparison is that of alliance maintenance. In the 1970s, Washington was concerned that a nuclear-armed South Korea could act both independently and assertively against American wishes. For his part, Park faced a paradox. His response to a potential US abandonment was in fact making it more likely. The pressure from the US government was not just economic. Washington threatened Park that the entire relationship is at risk because of the nuclear program. It's important to note here that Park wanted to have it both ways. He believed that should the ROK fully develop nuclear weapons, the US will then have to accept it into the nuclear club. When he realized, however, that he had to choose one, he gave up the nuclear option. In 2023, many experts worry that the process of developing nuclear weapons could jeopardize the alliance. In recent years, we have seen some disagreements between the US and South Korea over issues such as over China, North Korea, and Japan. And a nuclear-armed South Korea aspiring for strategic autonomy, in Washington's eyes, could behave like de Gaulle's France after it acquired nuclear weapons in 1960. The third point of comparison is that of alternative security assurance. In the 1970s, there was growing consensus in Washington that Seoul was capable of maintaining reasonable defense against the North, potentially even without American ground troops. The issue, however, was as much about perception as about reality. U.S. Ambassador to Korea, Richard Snyder, noted that South Korea, and I quote him, was suffering the agony of self-doubt. Snyder pointed out that Seoul harbored the siege mentality that psychologically normalized drastic measures such as a secret nuclear program. This sentiment was particularly strong following South Vietnam's collapse in 1975, U.S. openings to the PRC, and North Korean provocations. American efforts to stop Korea from going nuclear therefore included alternative security measures. In 1975, Henry Kissinger, Vice President Nelson Rockefeller, Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger each gave explicit defense commitments to Seoul. And the US government transferred modern aircraft, including the F-4, F-5, and A-37 to the ROK. In 2023, many are puzzled why Seoul is so skeptical of the US extended deterrence. Just as in the 1970s, it is much about perception. Popular South Korean characterization of Kim Jong-un depict him as erratic, irrational, and reckless. Some in the security establishment fear that Kim Jong-un could gamble on a weakened US security umbrella. There are even specific scenarios for this. North Korea blackmails Washington with ICBMs that can hit the US mainland, eliciting a compromise at the expense of South Korean interests. In the 1970s, the support was conventional, and that was enough. Now, with North Korea's own nuclear weapons program, that may not be sufficient. A transformed regional strategic context even further complicates the feasibility of alternative assurances. Providing South Korea with conventional assistance in the 1970s was relatively straightforward, and there are two reasons for this. First, the Sino-Soviet split in the US-China détente meant that China tolerated and even embraced US presence in the region. By the early and mid-1970s, a large-scale direct conflict between the PRC and the Soviet Union was a realistic possibility. China therefore welcomed the US as a counterweight to the Soviets. Zhou Enlai also accepted Kissinger's argument that American troops in the region were bottle caps on potential resurgent Japanese militarism. As Defense Secretary Schlesinger assured Park Chung himself, Beijing viewed US military assets in Asia as Washington's leash on US allies, not a blank check for their adventurism. Secondly, China was unwilling to sponsor North Korea's provocations and was tepid in protecting Pyongyang's security interests. Maoist fanatics during the Cultural Revolution criticized North Korea for being revisionist. Tensions at the China-North Korea border resulted in armed clashes in 1969 and 1970. In 1975, Kim Il-sung visited China to win Beijing's support for an aggressive strategy toward the south, while the US was still grappling with the damage of Vietnam. Mao, however, declined. With South Korea not strong enough to threaten China directly, and with no ostensible danger of losing North Korea as a buffer state, Beijing held little concern over renewed US security commitments to South Korea. The strategic environment, obviously, however, has now dramatically shifted. The ongoing US-China great power competition translates into Chinese opposition to strengthen the US-ROK alliance. North Korea has become very useful for China in its competition with the US. China prefers that US military assets and political attention are fixed on North Korea, which might otherwise be deployed directly against China. Deterioration in broader US-China relations over Taiwan and the South China Sea could lead China into encouraging North Korean aggression against the South. The broader context in play in the 1970s was this implicit understanding of great power responsibility. The 1970s nuclear issue was resolved because both the US and China were willing to restrain their Korean clients. Washington risks a major rift in the alliance to pressure Seoul into giving up nuclear weapons. And Beijing, on the other hand, at the same time, tolerated alternative U.S. security assurance to South Korea, and this allowed Kim Il-sung from pressuring Seoul too much. In the so-called New Cold War between the U.S. and China, however, both Washington and Beijing firmly believe that the other side is derelict of its great power duty to rein in aggressive allies. China has little interest in pushing North Korea for denuclearization. Beijing, on its part, they argue that Washington is pressuring U.S. allies into encircling China. I want to end on the note that the broader regional strategic context will influence the nuclear debate in South Korea. The Vietnam War propelled ROK's nuclear aspirations in the 1970s. Similarly, failure to fend off North Korean aggression or prevent Chinese revisionism in the region would radically dial up the nuclear debate in South Korea in 2023.
Thank you. Gentlemen, appreciate it all. I do have a few questions to lay on the table. I've got, what, Clint, 10 minutes to do this?
10, 15?
10, 15? Okay, let me start with you, if I may.
Sure.
There is, I think one of the things you've done is in tracing the history of the alliance, you make a really good case that there has been huge unpredictability on both sides in terms of the political context, administrative decisions, whether that be on the U.S. side with, for example, the transition into the Carter administration, on the ROK side in the transition from a progressive leadership to perhaps a more conservative leadership. And we've seen this double sine curve, if you will, always in operation. But somehow the alliance prevailed. And I'm wondering if you could look out a bit based on what you've looked at this alliance dynamic and how the alliance did survive and bring us to where we are today, to any projections you might have as to the alliance's sustainability in a continuing sine curve situation in the future.
Sure, so predict the future then. So the U.S.-South Korea alliance is a historical creation, and for any historical creation, it has a birth, it has an evolution, and it ultimately has a dissolution and dissipation, or I guess in the case of an individual, a death. That is not what I am predicting, but I do think, just to turn back again before I think about the future, the history we've talked about, the nature of the strategic environment and the patron-client-like aspect of the alliance in previous decades gave, obviously, the U.S. a profound influence. I won't say control, because I think that's overstating it, but profound influence over how the alliance evolved. Of course, they had to respond to South Korean actions, again, that they couldn't control, but I think the shared interests and shared perceptions of an external threat had a continually reconstituted and refined effect. And as a result of that, and South Korea's own developments, and Richard, you know this because you were part of this process, the alliance actually deepened and became more institutionalized. The more they encountered difficulties in sort of disparate views of the environment, the more they adjudicated those together and actually created institutional structures or deepened existing ones that helped navigate the double sine curve sort of undulations that the alliance, because of its basic features, has continued to experience. Moving forward, and this is sort of building on what I said, I do think the existing institutional underpinnings of the alliance are facing greater pressures today than they did even in the 1970s. It may be the case that the external threat environment is so compelling a forcing factor that it would mitigate against any dissolution of the alliance. Sort of IR theory might, especially since it's based on an existing structure. I do think, though, taking into consideration political realities that I touched on and that Paul mentioned, that no matter how institutionalized things are, I think the alliance could be in trouble. And I hate to say that in this 70th year anniversary. Its virtues should rightly be extolled. But I think business as usual is not going to cut it.
Right.
So if that's what we try to do, that's going to be very problematic for the sustainability of the alliance. But that doesn't mean that's what's going to happen.
Right.
I've been long-winded, so I'll
Okay.
stop with that.
Well, that's sort of a segue and something I'm going to pose to Paul. By the way, I totally agree with your final concluding comment, your assessment. And I think it was very useful that you took us through the entire EDSG process and where we are today. And I think that in itself is a very useful paper for people to read that are policymakers to understand how we got to that point. When I was in the Pentagon and we were doing in the let's say 2002, 2008 period, and we were trying to manage the alliance better through something called FOTA, Future of the Alliance, we actually laid a list on the table of 15 things that the Republic of Korea was not doing mission capability-wise, and we expected them to step up over a fairly short period, fund, do them all, bring the capabilities in. They were all reasonable requests. But to your point, every aspect of this was seen as us attempting to transfer to them the responsibility to do what we had always done before. A lot of it was little stuff. Some of it was big stuff, but it was all a suggestion, or the implication was, we're getting ready to leave. By making them stronger, we're getting ready to leave. And I would say this to you, and I put this to you, as you describe where we are now with the EDSG, you really are saying we're incapable of operationalizing it sufficiently to convince our alliance partner that we really mean it. Is that your conclusion? Am I misstating your conclusion?
It's slightly different. I think the point I'm trying to make is that I actually believe not that the U.S. is incapable of operationalizing, but it actually has to change the way it operates. So I have the utmost confidence in U.S. capability and capacity. I also, unfortunately, recognize the stronghold that legacy and bureaucratic culture has that pushes back against real change.
Mm-hmm.
And so you noted the future of the alliance talks, right? For me, the future is here now, right? If you look at some of the discussions about future concepts, about future capabilities, it is so urgent. And I do agree with Clint that we are in a crisis. I do believe that we can step up to the challenge, but it requires an acknowledgement that we need to change the way we operate, particularly with regard to the United States and its nuclear operation.
Thank you. I guess continuing maybe in this, I'm going to jump right to Andy. And good discussion of a latent triad. And I take your point that capabilities and intentions have this really nice mix about them. It was something we confronted before, and we're sort of in a situation where we have much fewer technical constraints on a very well-developed and sophisticated South Korean nuclear program writ large, but we have some very much stronger, well-defined constraints on the political aspect of it, of that decision. But I think by delving into the so-called latent triad and your assessment of Korean current intentions and latent capabilities, what would you project if you're looking out a few years in the future? Because I think this issue is going to be with us really hard over the next decade or so. How would you see that playing out on both sides of the capabilities, on the technical side, because you've looked at this obviously, and on the political side?
Thank you for the question. As someone who focuses a lot in KEI, along with my colleagues, of course, on the growing South Korean defense industry here, it's we look at it, of course, currently within the architecture of the alliance and pursuing conventional deterrence. And of course, there's also a lot of defense economics and other things that play a role in this. So I think whether or not there's this intention to build the nuclear architecture, which I don't argue that there is at the moment, I think a lot of these capabilities will continue to evolve and grow out. I mean, a lot of this, there's still a ways to go in this. And I argue in my paper, I guess one aspect of it is with regards to nuclear-powered submarines. And that's something that South Korea has been asking for a long time. And that's another thing that where they see other U.S. allies get some of the toys that they want and they need, they start thinking, what about us, or how can these guidelines change and could change how South Korea views its defense posture and how they could build out this capability. But of course, the broader trends of indigenization and building a lot of their own capabilities to be able to suit their own defense needs, while of course building it into the alliance architecture, I think that's going to continue to play a role in a lot of the technical capabilities they build out. I don't know if that answers the question exactly.
It does, and let me just say this, the whole issue of the Korean nuclear attack submarine, that dominated a lot of the Moon administration, and they used it politically, and they used it as a demand to the United States. We can build to the United States, they would say and did say on a regular basis at every level, including the presidential level, we can build that nuclear submarine ourselves. All we need for you to do is give us the nuclear fuel elements we need in our reactor. So that's all you have to do. And of course, that created a policy dilemma for us. If we begin giving that component of a nuclear reactor to even an ally, where does it stop? So here you had a manufactured political, how shall I say, incident that had real mileage, at least in the minds of the Moon administration. The U.S. could not compromise on that, would not compromise. So in terms of a latent capability that you're arguing, we had a latent capability in the Republic of Korea to build a nuclear submarine, and here the United States constrained ostensibly their ability to do it. So I think there's going to be situations like this, per your presentation, in the future that we're going to have to face. So that's why I think it's very valuable that you're talking about latent capabilities, latent political structures.
All right, thank you.
Andy, do I have time, Clint, for one more question here?
You do.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
Okay, Tewa, on your presentation, what I found interesting was that you brought up the fact that it just so happened in the 70s that we had the Indian detonation at the very time that others were moving very quickly, including the Republic of Korea, to put in place all the things they thought they needed to have a program. And we had a situation where our nuclear proliferation awareness and regime was attempting to run to catch up to a moving car. In other words, we'd missed the train and we were running after it, trying to jump on board. And it was very fortuitous if for our international proliferation regime, in a way that we were facing a Taiwan situation and an ROK situation that we had no choice but to deal with, and I think that forced the issue for everything. So I think your commentary on this is, if you were to put your hand on one lesson learned from that experience, what would it be in the 70s?
From the broader NPT regime
Yeah.
perspective, the fact that not only the U.S. but especially European partners, European allies of the U.S. will have a say in the debate. If you look at the process of negotiation between ROK in the 1970s and to their interlocutors in France and Canada, we see intense discussions amongst those Western allies, meetings between U.S., Canadian, and French officials in order to make sure that South Korea does not get the reprocessing capability. Sometimes, when we talk about the ongoing nuclear debate right now, it tends to look a little bit narrowly between the U.S. and South Korea themselves, just the two of them. I think it's important to note that a lot of countries will have a say on this, not just the two of those.
Well, good. We're going to throw it open, I believe, to questions from the audience. Take your shots. And yes, sir.
One question I have is about we haven't talked, with the future is now, one of the main things going on right now that the United States hasn't confronted since 1945 is a major war in Europe. What is the bandwidth of any administration to deal with that, plus China, which you've also mentioned? I mean, Ukraine is a small country, but so is the Republic of Korea. And so how much bandwidth does the U.S. government have to deal with the urgent questions that you mentioned?
Can I just quickly, I'm sure Paul and others will have responses. So in my paper, I allude to Europe, and of course I'm talking about Ukraine. This light is killing me. This is what makes the trends we're talking about that much more urgent, is there are questions about what assets the U.S. can bring to bear and the timeliness with which they can do them, given the demands in Europe and, God forbid, a situation in the Taiwan Strait. When you examine potential scenarios where there are crises in Taiwan and potentially something burbling in Korea, it's often the questions are raised about the U.S. needing to draw assets and forces from the Korean Peninsula to address issues elsewhere, and even asking for ROC assistance in this. And this all puts greater stress on what we're talking about, which is the fact that we have, as the South Koreans always have, their threat right across the border, which is more urgent than ever. And so what I'm interested in is how, when we talk about potential OPCON transfer, if the South Koreans are going to take a greater role in their own defense, which I think, given the current context, we have to explore moving that forward and what that looks like. It's not to say they're going it alone, but because of the bandwidth, I think the U.S. government can chew gum and walk at the same time. But at the end of the day, there are limits to capacity, and if you're dealing with multiple crises at once, you have to spread resources accordingly. And to me, this just this highlights exactly the dilemma that South Korea is facing. And given current trend lines, again, not to be overly negative, I think these questions of constraints and where the ROC needs to step up and be more of a lead are becoming even more prominent questions. And I think Ukraine highlights that.
Let me make a brief comment. I think it's a very important question. And I think we have to be mindful that ever present in South Korean planners' minds is the fact that it looks like there is the real possibility of a serious contingency vis-a-vis Taiwan, China-Taiwan. In such an event, the United States, as Clint mentioned, is probably going to flow forces or have to be flow forces off the peninsula. But even if they don't flow forces off the peninsula, they certainly wouldn't have the capability to reinforce the Korean peninsula to match a major North Korean provocation. So I think the concern here is if we do have a Taiwan contingency or near war scenario, U.S. forces are going to flow, and there is this vulnerability that the Koreans and we sense that this is a beautiful time for the North Koreans to provocate, and probably provocate in a series of actions, not just one-offs, to destabilize the South Korean government. So I think it's a very valid concern, and I don't know that, I'm not doing it anymore, but I don't know if we've war-gamed sufficiently such a scenario that draws those forces away. My last point is one has to remember that when Kim Il-sung started the Korean War, he basically robbed Mao and Communist China of the ability to invade Taiwan. They were supposed to invade post-typhoon season in about a October-November period in 1950. And they were prepared to do so until the war was launched in Korea. So in a way, in the Chinese mindset, the North Koreans, in a way, allowed Taiwan to continue to exist. So there is that dynamic among the players here that we have to recognize. But I do agree with the question that you posed.
Richard, could we in truly hybrid fashion take one of the online questions?
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Jeffrey Robinson. Okay. Do I read it or?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yes, of course I do. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what we're talking about. With historical focus, panelists looked at strategy, for example, alliance and North Korean issues. But the current debate also concerns domestic politics. I assume that means both Korean and American. Will informed debate highlighting strategic cost dampen the current push? Yes.
So I think the person who posed the question implied the punitive costs that the United States or the rest of the world might place on Korea if it went nuclear. I would counter and say that there are also costs if the security environment deteriorates and the U.S. nuclear umbrella lacks credibility for South Korea not to go nuclear.
Yes.
And that's the existential threat that we face. The fact that people in Washington are debating this based on my president's statement that he would consider this option, I think, is a bit detached from the reality in which South Korea lives. And I would advise that as we look back on history and that kind of pressure campaign to encourage South Korea not to go nuclear should not be the lesson to be learned in today's South Korean democracy.
Yes.
Where there are concerns about US bandwidth, where we are a true strategic partner, where we do face a nuclear threat and live in an environment where North Korea, China, and Russia are all nuclear, that this cost imposition approach to discouraging South Korea from going nuclear is not the way to go at alliance management. And in fact, the better approach is to welcome this discussion and have an honest debate about what nuclear weapons can and cannot do, and whether or not they are the appropriate option, or whether or not we do need to just reform the way the U.S. operates its nuclear umbrella.
Paul just gave the reason why we organized this conference.
Well, there's an overlaying comment, if I may, Paul. You could take the word South Korea out of that statement that you just made and splice in the word Japan. The same issues relate to Japan. And what this is the purpose of this discussion is not to talk about what the regional knock-on effects are, but there's one thing for sure: if South Korea, for reasonable reasons, found it necessary to do what we're talking about, the Japanese would be there the week next. And so we have to appreciate all that dynamic.
So, and I would like to play that scenario out, right? So South Korea goes nuclear, and the U.S. Does away with the alliance with South Korea. Then Japan goes nuclear, and so what? The U.S. is going to do away with its alliance with Japan, and then all of a sudden, what's your alliance posture or look like in the Indo-Pacific? Let's play that out realistically, and I just do not see that happening.
I agree, yeah. Gentleman in the back in the red sweater.
Stanley Kober. I am looking at an editorial in Chosen Ilbo, just published. Quote, "The U.S. Inflation Reduction Act has cast a dark cloud
Yes.
over Korea's exports." The title behind you, Alliance for the Future. What kind of an alliance is this if we are undercutting the Korean economy with this sort of a measure? This is the Korea Economic Institute. We can talk about alliance, we can talk about nuclear guarantee, but doesn't this get to the heart of what an alliance is?
I'll answer very quickly because I had a very recent conversation with a very senior South Korean official. And the problem always is we make policy decisions and then we figure out about 2 or 3 weeks later we should tell our allies. So the issue of surprise is number one, because they are then left to figure out what the hell we've done and what the impact is on them. But these are real body blows to the bilateral relationship. And in fact, there's been several of these issues in recent weeks. And so from the standpoint of the Korean Economic Institute and the strategic economic relationship between the two countries, I think it just adds to what I'll call strategic uncertainty. So taking your point. Anybody?
I agree with everything Richard just said. It's interesting because when you look at the language around the U.S.-South Korea alliance being a comprehensive strategic alliance and now a global comprehensive strategic alliance, it's the traditional security relationship, it's the economic ties, it's the people-to-people ties. These are the layered reasons that this is such a strong alliance and partnership. And that's all true as far as it goes. We're now in an environment, though, where economic issues and policy and national security are becoming profoundly intertwined in complicated ways. So it's what was a strength is now becoming, I'm not going to say a weakness, but a window through which these layered elements of the alliance are becoming problematically sort of clashing at times. And so when I talk about the broader political context, it's also this economic side of things. I mean, we're talking about economic security, but I don't know if there are shared definitions of what that means, and what one ally does to bolster that is clearly not in the interest of the other. And then this just, it casts the shadow of doubt beyond all the urgent security issues we're discussing. So they are intertwined. And so I think it makes all this even more problematic. I'm sounding awfully negative right now, but it's a fair question.
But sometimes, like Clint says, it's death by 1,000 cuts. And here we have a conservative administration, a president that is determined to reach out and try to deepen the relationship, however that's done. And then you announce something that is really domestically, politically a body blow to him, which was the recent regulations that were announced that essentially excluded the Republic of Korea on the electric car and battery, the EV issue, but included Mexico and Canada. And so you have terrific domestic embarrassment, and so that makes it more difficult, I think, for a erstwhile president to execute a more pro-engagement strategy when he's undercut politically by the United States. So we just don't think these things through ahead of time, I think, in an alliance context. Yes, sir.
So, Paul, you in your presentation said you would be happy to sort of give your ideas, and I want to give you an opportunity, but I also want to put it in context because we look at this debate, one of the things that comes to mind for me, and perhaps I've missed it in the news and everything, but is if there was any country that I think would be driving for a nuclear weapon right now, it would be Poland. You have the war in Ukraine, you have legitimate Russian threats of using nuclear weapons. Clearly, there's a lot of history there involved in everything as well. Now, I understand that the NATO nuclear the version of nuclear umbrella with NATO is different than the one in Korea and Japan, and so maybe that will get to some of your comments. But I guess so. I'd like to sort of say like what you think we should be doing, and then in that context of perhaps why maybe we're not seeing this debate in Europe as opposed to seeing it, in Korea, and sort of what other factors really. Because I guess what I'm trying to get at is this, at the end of the day, is this that Korea wants a nuclear weapon and the context doesn't matter, or is this that there are factors that really are unique to the Korean Peninsula that perhaps aren't getting highlighted enough?
So my comments in tracking consultative mechanisms really focused on the work of policymakers, right? And I think that's important because a lot of the opinion polls are not discerning between the Korean public and those in government. And as many people in this room probably know better than I, those in the South Korean government today are not having this debate on nuclear armament. They are exerting all their energies on two lines of effort. One is really realizing a South Korean non-nuclear strategic deterrent and how to strengthen U.S. nuclear umbrella, right? I think that this is where there's huge alignment between the Biden administration and Yoon administration. But there needs to be changes on both sides of the equation. Specifically, we really need to talk as alliance on conventional nuclear integration and what the appropriate balance is with regard to how we equip, train, prepare our forces, right? To raise the credibility of the U.S. nuclear umbrella, you need to prepare the ground forces for U.S. nuclear use, right? Despite the U.S. fielding low-yield nuclear weapons and making changes during the Trump administration that filled certain capability gaps, I've yet to see in the South Korean budget or South Korean forces or even the combined forces, USFK, changes in their budget to operate in a post-US use. So for me, that is a huge signal that we could be addressing today without even moving closer to South Korean nuclear armament. The other is we actually have the KID, the Korean Integrated Defense Dialogue. And the DSC and all this nuclear extended deterrence is tucked into that. And that is supposed to be the ultimate alliance integrator to talk about both conventional and nuclear. But what it really is a stapler, right? It takes the very stovepiped work of two different committees and just basically puts it all together, right? It's not integrated by design from the beginning. And unless we address that, we're not going to be able to make progress. The last thing I'll say is, there was talk about nuclear propulsion submarine technology, right? I think the key way forward in the next 2-3 years right now is actually AUKUS Pillar 2, right? Quantum sensing, emergent capabilities that really try to show South Korea whether or not we need nuclear weapons, right? And that is something that the Biden administration needs to double down on South Korea if it wants to extend the life of nonproliferation, boost up the credibility, and just strengthen deterrence writ large.
Gentleman on the end? Yes.
Thank you. If Russia were to come out on top in the Ukraine conflict it's likely to lead to a more multipolar world. What impact might that have on the U.S.-Korea alliance?
I mean, the first question I would have is, what does it look like it coming out on top? What does that scenario look like?
They retain the 4 provinces or oblasts in Ukraine. Ukraine gives up its intention to join NATO.
And they sue for peace and yeah.
Sue.
It accelerates the trend that we've already been talking about,
Yeah.
right? It places greater pressure and demands on the U.S. global posture in Europe, which heightens concerns in South Korea about what the U.S. is able to deliver, and brings to the fore, is the U.S. ready to, build partner capacity, help South Korea take on greater responsibility for local and Indo-Pacific, so that we as an alliance, as a coalition, a greater coalition of like-minded countries, can address this multipolarity.
I just add one. It also refracts back domestically. I mean, we already have prominent political figures in our country questioning how we're supporting Ukraine as is. And so I agree with Paul. It increases the need for the U.S. to, the burden for the U.S. and Europe, but it also raises further questions that are already being asked about why are we doing this? What is the sustainability of this? And then I think what happens is all U.S. commitments get conflated together in ways where people raise questions about them. What's different between Ukraine and Korea? I mean, I understand the differences, but politically speaking, I think those sorts of questions and pressures begin to enter the electoral realm even more severely than they already have.
Yeah, and I think, to your colleague's comment, whether we want to, whether we don't have boots on the ground there or not, the world is looking, and certainly the Koreans look at the fact that we have signed up with Ukraine for this conflict. And I think if it's a lost cause, I cannot imagine Poland either demanding that they be included in the current nuclear sharing agreement that Germany has under NATO, or would draw the conclusion that they have no choice as a sovereign nation to themselves go nuclear. I just see that there's a knock-on effect, and I think if that happens, other countries in the world are going to continue to be concerned about the U.S. commitment, and it may well be part of a Korean decision package, at least mentally, unless you guys disagree.
I think you nailed it on the head there, because just as it's a perception issue that Hwa mentioned, I think it could also be read in Korea as a perception that the U.S. would be, that whatever decisions that U.S. makes on Eastern Europe could also then be applied to Korea. Of course, in the 1970s, that felt a lot closer to home with the withdrawal from the Vietnam War, and of course the withdrawal from the U.S. 7th Division from South Korea, and they read it as a larger picture. And of course, we can clearly see how perceptions can easily feed into greater policy decisions.
We are right up against time.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for
Thanks.
moderating, Richard.
Thank
And we'll
you.
go right into our second panel.
Right. Thank you so much.
Will you reach out to Daniel? Okay. Okay. I'm Irish. No. This is the guy who got the Pulitzer Prize. Forget his first name. Really? Yeah. Not the Pulitzer Prize. A Nobel Prize in Literature. In the 1950s. Yes. Honest to God. I'm reading his book right now. It's pretty heavy stuff. Because I'm going to Iceland. Well, this one's heavy. fiction conspiracy shit, and everything from underground caverns and exactly, Mars. And yes.
Our first deal, we're locking in there for. Yeah.
Eric's joining us remotely. Yes, so he's actually on Zoom. So we will be able to hear him. Yeah.
We will start the second panel shortly. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today in person and online. Hello, Eric. He will be joining us remotely. Also, thanks to KI and especially Clint and Andy for organizing this very interesting multi-panel discussion. My name is Jungmin Kim, lead correspondent in K News and editorial director at Korea Pro, and I'm delighted and honored to moderate this session with our valued contributors today, and looking forward to hearing your insights. For this session, I'm pleased to be joined by Carl Friedhoff from the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, Jennifer An from Council on Foreign Relations, Eric Mobrand online from RAND Corporation, and Boram Kwon from Korea Institute for Defense Analyses. And before going into the presentations, just to set the scene for a couple of minutes, we just looked at the historical context, and we saw the domestic context being mentioned here and there, and that's what we're going to talk about. South Korea is an increasingly polarized society with a mix of nationalistic features, but prioritization of U.S. alliance above all diplomatic relations. And we have had a new conservative administration for the past year as North Korea updated its nuclear doctrine, delivery system to potentially use tactical nuclear weapons against South Korea. So there has been an increase of tension on the Korean peninsula. And as someone who's monitoring National Assembly and the presidential office every hour, every minute for work, the tones and context of the recent nuclear armament discussion among the political elites, it was quite curious and intriguing. And the argument used to be considered extreme or fringe in South Korea for years, but in the past few months, we saw a very notable uptick in high-profile politicians, including my own president, as well as experts and media articles talking about it. And our panel will help us make sense of why poll results are the way they are right now, and what the factors are that drive such perception in South Korea and the dynamics in which the discourse shapes in the domestic political context. And reminder, you can read their papers on KR website, and after speaking 10 minutes maximum each, we'll then move on to a moderated discussion and Q&A. And without further ado, let's hear from our contributors. And over to you, Carl.
Thank you, Jungmin, and thanks to KEI for organizing everything. I was gonna start off by talking about kind of how this debate is not really a Korean debate; it's more trans-Pacific debate, because there is no debate currently ongoing, and that raises questions in itself why the Democratic Party is not speaking up at this moment to oppose what has mostly been a conservative movement. I think that's a broader question that I think Eric may deal with more broadly, seeing as his paper kind of kicks off with that. I'm not going to spend too much time on the public opinion piece of this. Right? I think by now we largely know the numbers. We've all seen that it's generally 70%. It's been that way for about a decade. It doesn't fluctuate very much, and it's kind of insensitive to question wording. As well, if you add in, should South Korea develop nuclear weapons because North Korea has them, 70%. If you add in, or if you exclude the North Korea part of this, still 70%. It doesn't really go up based on what North Korea is doing. There was a brief dip in the number after the summit between Trump and Kim Jong-un, but then it immediately went back up once it looked like that summit was not really going to accomplish anything. And I would not suspect any kind of dip like that to be repeated now that the public has kind of been through one of those things. I would note that this number is very close to the ceiling. So 70 to 75% is probably as high as it's ever going to get. And that's largely because the 25 to 30% who are opposed are largely opposed on moral grounds. And they're very hard to shift. But what will happen, and I think it's going to be a little more difficult to track, is the number might change below the surface. So respondents will go from somewhat support to strongly support. So at the top level, it'll still look like 70 to 75%, but you could see a hardening of positions that will happen under the surface. As for the drivers, I think this is one of the really difficult questions, because largely within the data, we don't know what the drivers behind this are. When we look at kind of forward-looking things such as future threats, so respondents who think that China is the biggest future threat versus respondents who think North Korea is the biggest future threat, their attitudes on nuclear weapons are almost the same. So there's not real differentiation based on how the perception of the region is breaking down. There's also the factor of U.S. credibility. We've talked quite a bit about this this morning, and interestingly, those numbers actually move together. So respondents who see the U.S. as more credible are more likely to support a U.S. nuclear weapons program, and this is something that Lauren Sukin has called the unwanted use theory, that the South Korean public is afraid that the U.S. will escalate too quickly, and therefore they want to have control of the nuclear weapon decision so that they'll be able to control the escalatory cycle. Whether or not that is correct or not needs further study, but within the numbers, those numbers are correlated in a way that I think is more convincing than looking at this from a future threat perspective. There's also an issue of because we can't really identify a forward-looking piece of this, there's also an issue of perhaps this was backwards-looking. I was talking to someone recently, and they brought up this 1992 book called the 무궁화 꽃이 피었습니다. It's a really famous book. It sold about 4 million copies, and it kind of theorizes that the North and the South are working on a nuclear program together. I think the theory that was brought up was that because this was seen as a way of looking back to say, well, if we had continued a nuclear program from the 70s, perhaps we wouldn't be in the position that we are in now in this predicament. And so maybe it's not future looking, maybe it's actually backwards looking, and kind of this nostalgia for what may have been. So the short answer is that we don't know what's really driving it. And prestige also doesn't seem to play a huge role. And the rest of the talk, with apologies to our moderator, because I'm about to cut off a bunch of questions from not only her, but also the audience, I want to deal with the criticisms of the polling. Because I'm sure as I'm talking about these numbers, everyone is thinking the exact same thing. And so I'm just gonna throw this out there so maybe we can move beyond them through the Q&A. And the criticisms of the polling basically haven't changed in the past 10 years. They've been exactly the same, and they're always the same three things. The first one is that the public is not thinking about this. Okay, that's probably true. But when we look at presidential approval, is the public wandering around saying, well, kind of what's the job performance of the president like? That's a little more salient. Maybe a better example would be moving of the presidential office from the Blue House to Yongsan. Was the public really walking around thinking about that? But still, they were widely opposed to that. The difference is that no one was debating those numbers. Those were just accepted. And I find that the debate on these numbers is because they're uncomfortable. And we might not agree with him. And so therefore it's, well, we can't trust the numbers. How was the question asked? Was the sample right? When we don't see that, and when it's kind of any other thing, even though it's the same kind of methodology and everything else is largely the same. The second piece of this is the public doesn't understand the consequences. Now, okay, yes, probably true. I then turn the question back to everyone in this room. Does anyone here confidently know what the consequences are going to be? And when we asked this question in one of our last reports, we asked about the likelihood of international sanctions. 80% of those who said they support a nuclear weapons program, 80% said yes, there would be international sanctions. Sanctions from China, 81% said yes, there would be sanctions from China. And then on U.S. withdrawal, almost a 50-50 split for a total U.S. withdrawal of troops. That to me does not seem that unreasonable and suggests that the public does have a fairly good understanding of what the consequences might be and can judge that. The issue is that even with those consequences, only 11% switched from supporting nuclear weapons to not supporting nuclear weapons. So the support was fairly robust. Of course, we can get into, maybe in Q&A, we can talk about some of the experiments that have been done and why I'm not a huge fan of experiments. That's a whole other issue. And the final part of this is that we should be careful with these numbers because by putting them out there, they can be taken advantage of by politicians, by people who are seeking to make political hay. I'm somewhat sympathetic to that argument. However, I would point out that these numbers have been out there for 10 years. It's been the same for a decade, and this conversation is only happening now, right? And I think part of the reason that it's happening now is obviously it's related to U.S. domestic politics. I think we can not understate how how rattling the Trump administration was for a lot of the senior policymakers in Korea as they started to think about this. But also, I find that the overall dismissal of the numbers from the last 10 years is part of this larger context of not wanting to take Korean concerns seriously, right? The numbers were out there, they were very clear, but what we heard over the past decade is, well, those aren't real, this is not going to really come to fruition, and now suddenly the debate is upon us when we could have spent the last 10 years working towards some of those things. So when we heard the previous panel talking about more of the same, and I think that's part of the context of why this has played out as it has. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Carl. Jennifer?
Thank you, Jungmin, and thank you to KEI for inviting me to speak here today. So my piece, Beyond U.S. Credibility Concerns, Factors Driving the Nuclear Weapons Debate in South Korea, provides an overview of the various factors at play within the nuclear debate in South Korea. And crucially, I look beyond South Korean concerns over U.S. credibility and questions over whether the U.S. would come to the defense of South Korea if U.S. cities and citizens were at risk. And when looking past concerns over U.S. credibility and identifying the other factors at play, we can get a better understanding of the core of South Korean concerns and anxieties that underscore the high public support for nuclear weapons. And there are 5 broad categories that my piece dives into, which are threat perceptions and policy options toward North Korea, perceived gaps in South Korean indigenous conventional capabilities, geopolitical developments, the weakening influence of normative restraints, and nationalist sentiment. So first, the North Korea factor can be broadly understood in 2 veins. The first involves advancements in North Korea's military capabilities that have altered the South Korean public's threat perceptions toward the North. The record number of missile test launches within the past year that indicate North Korea's new phase within its weapons program of prioritizing diversification, miniaturization, and deployment, along with the North Korean nuclear law of September 2022, both highlight the changing nature of the threat posed by North Korea's nuclear weapons. The second change is the growing public sentiment in South Korea that the denuclearization of the North is unfeasible or even impossible. Low prospects for denuclearization, along with declining or limited hopes for a successful dialogue and engagement, have led to calls for the abandonment of a policy toward North Korea that focuses on denuclearization as a short-term objective and replacing it with a policy of nuclear balance or parity, with some proponents even arguing that only nuclear balance can achieve mutual denuclearization. The second factor relates to a South Korean belief that its conventional deterrence and defense capabilities are insufficient against the increasingly sophisticated nature of North Korea's weapons program. The Yoon administration has revitalized implementing the 3-axis system as South Korea's primary response against North Korean attacks, but gaps in the credibility and reliability of the 3 axes, particularly Korea air and missile defense, have led to questions over South Korea's ability to effectively demonstrate its conventional deterrence. South Korean perceptions of its lagging capabilities, particularly as North Korea continues to accelerate its military modernization, will continue to fuel these arguments for South Korea to invest in nuclear capabilities as a means of overcoming these gaps in conventional deterrence. The next factor, and one that was touched upon in the previous panel, looks at geopolitical developments that are shaping a new nuclear age of uncertainties and growing national insecurities in response to unpredictable global changes. The 2 main developments shaping this view are the war in Ukraine and a potential Taiwan contingency in the region. So first, the war in Ukraine has led to some in the South Korean public to argue that only possessing and the presence of nuclear weapons can deter an invasion. And the war has also indicated the difficulties of overpowering a nuclear-armed country with conventional capabilities and carrying out an all-out offensive under the threat of nuclear escalation. And second, and perhaps more salient, is a potential Taiwan contingency or Chinese invasion of Taiwan, which would have serious implications for not only North Korea's ambitions on the Korean Peninsula, such as North Korea seeing an opportunity for renewed invasion of the South, but also South Korean thinking regarding whether deterrence can be successful without nuclear weapons. And this is particularly important because there have been parallels drawn between South Korea and Taiwan as both countries being targeted by nuclear-armed states with historical and revisionist goals toward reunification. The fourth factor involves the weakening of two normative elements that have traditionally constrained South Korea's nuclearization, which are the 1992 Joint Declaration on the Denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula and the NPT. The 1992 Joint Declaration has been subject to calls for its abandonment ever since North Korea tested its first nuclear weapon in 2006. Despite this, successive South Korean administrations, both progressive and conservative, have continued to uphold the principle of denuclearization outlined in the declaration as a valuable norm underlying the goal toward peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula. Recently, however, South Korea's commitment to the agreement has come under increased pressure as a greater number of voices, including then interim chief of the ruling People Power Party, have called for South Korea to scrap the agreement if North Korea were to conduct its seventh nuclear test, arguing that only South Korea is tied to the principle of denuclearization. And alongside this declaration, the NPT serves as the main global agreement constraining South Korea's nuclear armament. Any South Korean argument to develop nuclear weapons has been most strongly opposed by critics, pointing to the likely consequences that would follow a unilateral South Korean decision to leave the NPT, including sanctions by the international community and damage to South Korea's economy. However, despite this, nuclear proponents argue that the sophisticated and offensive nature of North Korea's nuclear weapons and its program now explicitly threaten South Korea's survival and thus meets the conditions outlined by Article 10 of the NPT. The last factor that shapes South Korea's debate is nationalism. Nationalist arguments still point to North Korea as the primary reason for South Korea to go nuclear, but from an angle buttressed by nationalist pride. This argument outlines that North Korea is holding South Korea hostage with its nuclear weapons, and that the Korean people are essentially prisoners under North Korea's nuclear blackmail. In this sense, nuclear weapons are viewed as a necessary tool for weakening North Korea's perceived advantage in nuclear capabilities and its ability to control South Korean actions through nuclear provocations or coercion. Particularly as North Korea will likely continue to conduct provocations throughout this year that the international community may not be able to prevent, there will likely continue to be arguments that South Korea should invest and pursue nuclear capabilities for unquestionable military superiority against the North. And before I conclude, it's important to note that the nuclear debate in South Korea in its current form thus far reflects public perspectives that might influence South Korea's future policy direction rather than a government-driven or government-initiated policy decision on nuclear development. So therefore, it's increasingly important for the US and South Korea to cooperate within the alliance to respond to such sentiments or address such sentiments so that the costs and risks associated with a nuclear South Korea are factored into the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Eric, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for this invitation to participate. And thanks especially to Clint for the hard work in compiling and editing these papers. Let me preface my talk with the disclaimer to say that these remarks are my own and do not in any way represent RAND Corporation. I'd like to draw attention to the performative or theatrical dimension to our subject today. And this is because media and politicians in Korea are at the ready to report on discussion of this issue, whether that discussion takes place in Korea or here in the US. Expert views and supposedly objective research findings can stamp approval on perspectives in ways that can be mobilized for influence and attention within Korea. Media groups and politicians are especially eager to use or misuse comments coming from the United States because they can be given extra weight. So we get headlines in Korea that read things like, US expert says Korea can get nuclear weapons, when such a person maybe did not exactly say that. But these headlines serve news organizations' desire for exciting headlines. What this means is that commenting on this issue is not a neutral exercise, but it also means that the thing we're studying, the thing we're talking about today, has been shaped by previous comments on it. And this makes it a bit tricky. That nuclear acquisition is an issue in Korea has been vastly overblown. That's my main point today. Some people in Korea might be turning it into an issue, but it is not an issue for public discussion today. Korea has a vibrant political life. People are engaged to a high degree in politics, to a degree that I think we rarely see in other parts of the world. Koreans celebrate politics. That's something that people in most democracies today have forgotten how to do. So we have a good sense for what public engagement looks like in South Korea. It involves discussion of a given topic on wildly popular independent programs, and it involves comment from the country's prominent public intellectuals. Anyone who takes the train can see it's not that people are just listening to K-pop, they're listening to political commentary. These political commentary channels are extremely popular within Korea. And with the nuclear acquisition issue, we're seeing none of the signs of engagement in public life. It is rarely discussed in the main programs, and it's really not at the top of people's minds. There are, of course, internal discussions happening among defense researchers and within research institutions. There are serious arguments on this topic, but this is not the same as public or partisan engagement of the topic. So what has happened? Well, aware of surveys showing popular support for acquiring nuclear weapons, politicians, a set of politicians, have thrown out statements about wishing for nuclear weapons. Many of the statements are, frankly, ridiculous. And this is, I'm saying ridiculous not from my perspective, but from the perspective of an educated Korean. Oftentimes, the statements are grammatically incorrect or contain logically inconsistent claims. And yet these claims get picked up by international media and treated as serious. Again, to many Koreans, these are obviously not considered opinions. They are sound bites. And in fact, of course, many figures have had to walk back the comments that they made on this issue. These politicians are following a playbook that's been developed over the last couple of years. They find surveys that show substantial support for an extreme or fringe position on a really important issue. Then they put out extreme statements that get media attention and bait the opposition to criticize them. This is a new technique from the last couple of years in Korean politics. They did this with anti-feminism in 2021, 2022, and they did it again with anti-China sentiment in 22, 23. South Korea has major problems, of course, around gender equity and around relations with China. Instead of taking on these tough issues and talking about them in a sophisticated way, what this group has done is to go for simple messages that gain attention and electoral support. The trouble, though, is that they have no substantive policies to back up the rhetoric. There's no next step in the anti-feminism agenda, no policy, and neither is there one on the anti-China agenda. There is a great void. Now they have done arguably the same thing with nuclear acquisition. They see surveys that show that nuclear acquisition is a popular idea, and they nod in its direction to get attention. And again, there is no considered view that is coming out. To be clear, this is not a shortcoming of democracy or of politics. It's an artifact of a new style of politics that has been championed recently by particular actors in Korea. There is a serious issue here, no doubt. And in pockets, we have this being discussed seriously. And those discussing it are having a very difficult time. I rather pity defense specialists who are trying quietly, responsibly, to work on these things. They have a very difficult job because wider attention to the topic means that it gets hijacked. Publicly, though, the topic has been used mostly just to gain attention. Politicians do not draw attention to the serious considerations to a potential debate on this topic. In fact, they're deliberately evading those considerations. And I think this is basically an insult to Korean people, and it's really the opposite of responsible statecraft. And I'll end my comments here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Because I want this to be a feisty debate, not a scripted discussion. Just heads up, during the moderated discussion, I might ask you and Carl to respond to each other on a certain points. Boram, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. So I examined how South Korea could acquire nuclear weapons in two ways. So namely by pursuing enhanced nuclear latency and by developing its own nuclear arsenal, with primary emphasis on how this could impact inter-Korean relations. Now, it's challenging, if not impossible, to separate inter-Korean relations with South Korea's relationship with the US, China, and everybody else, right? But still, I think Clint gave me this homework because it's hypothetically useful to think about these things to inform ourselves about this issue. And I also have a disclaimer, this is all me, it's not Kaida. And also, I'm not a nuclear expert. So I'm borrowing lots of things from other people. My bullet points are very loaded, so each bullet point is a paper. So please bear with me. So first, South Korea acquiring enhanced nuclear latency. And so by nuclear latency, I'm generally saying that it's it's having technical capacity to make nuclear weapons. There are other ways to become nuclear latent, and it's not part of this paper. So in these terms, South Korea already has nuclear latency because it has a large civilian nuclear infrastructure and thus has the potential to produce a bomb. But unlike Japan, it does not have the means to make fissile material, which is the most difficult step. Japan has a substantial stockpile of plutonium reprocessed from spent fuel under agreement with the US. Now, as part of a hedging strategy, South Korea can pursue technologies, facilities, expertise, etc., to be able to enrich and reprocess nuclear material rapidly and reduce its breakout time. Because this is short of owning nuclear weapons, advocates say this is legitimate. South Korea can avoid sanctions or any withdrawal of military assistance. So the question is, how would this impact inter-Korean relations? In theory, this could first create a nuclear balance on the Korean peninsula, as South Korea would have a tacit or virtual nuclear deterrent. Second, it could empower South Korea during a nuclear crisis, whereas North Korea is increasingly more likely to use tactical nuclear weapons early on. So if South Korea had the capability to retaliate with nuclear weapons, given some time lag, or maybe threatened that it could do it in a credible manner, then North Korea would think twice before launching an attack. Third, enhanced nuclear latency could provide political leverage in negotiations with North Korea. So that was in theory. In practice, however, it would be difficult to expect improvement in inter-Korean relations. Well, first, ROK-US relations would be strained. Revising the cooperation agreement on the civil use of atomic energy is an uphill endeavor. When South Korea demanded equal reprocessing rights with Japan, US argued that the circumstances were different. This could be seen as a double standard and create grievances. Any sign of weakening alliance or trilateral cooperation could embolden North Korea. Second, although South Korea has accumulated moral capital by upholding the non-proliferation regime until now, would other states consider its advanced nuclear latency as assuring or legitimate? Rather, they may pursue latent nuclear capacities of their own and accelerate the arms race. This would further trigger North Korea's militarization and hardly create an environment conducive to diplomacy. Third, once South Korea acquires enhanced nuclear latency, it would be a non-starter for denuclearization talks with North Korea. It would say that this violates the spirit of the NPT and etc. So next, building indigenous nuclear capabilities. So what's the rationale behind this? Advocates claim that first, nuclear armament may create a balance of fear on the Korean peninsula that could enhance strategic stability, all big words. A nuclear South Korea would be free from concerns that the US may not sacrifice San Francisco for Seoul when confronted by North Korea's second strike capabilities. Noting South Korea's own capabilities rather than US willingness or commitment to extended deterrence, North Korea may think twice before waging an attack. Second, should strategic stability be reached, the inter-Korean arms race would reach a lull and conditions for arms control may be met. Third, some US scholars have argued that this option would enable South Korea to effectively deter North Korea without straining relations with China. Now, if South Korea had its own nuclear arsenal, it would no longer need to strengthen its ties with the US, and so it would cease to antagonize China. That's the logic. However, whether South Korea's nuclear armament would improve inter-Korea relations is uncertain due to the stability-instability paradox. It's possible that North Korea may become even more fixated with its nuclear weapons program. The race to enhance nuclear capabilities and delivery systems may accelerate and intensify the inter-Korean arms race. And in this environment, the two Koreas' nuclear posture would lean toward actual use rather than use of last resort. And this would lower the threshold of actually using nuclear weapons and increase instability, not the other way around. Second, South Korea would be particularly vulnerable between when it withdrew from the NPT and when it built a substantial and credible nuclear deterrent. It would become an easy target. So the prospect of North Korea entering into negotiations would diminish if South Korea somehow looked weak. And third, since both Koreas are advancing preemptive defense strategies and strike capabilities, the probability of misperception and miscalculation may increase and hamper relations. the likelihood of a nuclear crisis would increase. So what needs to be underlined here is how South Korea builds its own nuclear weapons. So on the one hand, if South Korea loses its moral ground by developing its own nuclear weapons without international consent or approval, its diplomatic capacity, among other capacities, will weaken. And so its ability to harness the multilateral support needed to deal with North Korea would be significantly reduced, and inter-Korean relations would deteriorate. On the other hand, if South Korea's nuclear armament is somehow recognized as necessary by the key stakeholders, maybe following North Korea's next nuclear test, for example, it may bolster its bargaining leverage. Now, I've talked about a lot of possibilities, not definites. So, while South Korea considers its nuclear options, it would be worthwhile to explore ways to shift the age-old denuclearization narrative towards one of nuclear responsibilities. So when we talk about whether South Korea should build its own nuclear weapons, we think about it in terms of costs and consequences, but we rarely do think about it in terms of responsibilities. I think that's lacking in the narrative. So in closing, the two options I just talked about for South Korea going nuclear entails higher costs and responsibilities and benefits for inter-Korean relations. Currently, there's just too much uncertainty for South Korea to reorient and reprogram its national policy to build its own nuclear weapons. Prior to this, a thorough analysis of South Korea's contingent North Korea policy, as well as its nuclear policy and posture, needs to be considered carefully. Now, focusing on South Korea's nuclear options alone seems to create an imbalance between deterrence and assurance. Strong assurance mechanisms are needed to move any type of negotiations with North Korea forward, and I'm sure everybody knows that. Nevertheless, I think there is value in sustaining the nuclear armament debate. It urges South Korean policymakers to think seriously about its security options. It signals to North Korea and the US that reassurance and credibility are evolving concepts. South Koreans are uneasy, to put it lightly, and they want more agency. The reality is that the shadow of North Korea's nuclear miscalculation looms, and South Korea needs to prepare against the absolute deterioration of US-China relations that will be consequential to its national security. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Baram. We'll move on to moderated discussion now. To ensure that we get maximum number of questions, let's stick our answers to 2 or 3 minutes maybe. I'll start with a general question that Carl preemptively striked me, I must say. Well, I'm not approaching this from the perspective of being cynical about the polls, but more about trying to understand why it turns out like that. Polls that you cited in your paper, they do weirdly show a very continued consensus between different demographics, age cohorts, gender, political affiliations. And living in South Korea, I feel that polarized demographics every single day. And it's interesting that there is a continued consensus. But then also, it's not, like you also said, it's not something that people talk about that much in their daily lives, so unless they're asked. So I guess my question is, why does an average South Korean say yes to a question asking, do you want nuclear weapons? What explains that? What are the factors? And how should policymakers interpret that?
I mean, that's where you get into kind of the speculative nature of this, because when you go through the data and run crosstabs and try to define, what are the actual driving factors of this, nothing really comes out as explicitly driving it. So you have to be a bit of a sleuth and try to start to piecing these things together. So it's a little from column A, right? It's a little bit of China might be a threat in the future, and then it's a little bit of column B where North Korea is a current threat and will continue to be a threat in the future. There's a dash of prestige mixed in, and then I really think there is this kind of nostalgia for this hope that Korea could have been more powerful had it continued on with its clandestine program from that. So yeah, there is no real clear answer. Also, I think there's not a lot of, because there's no pushback that's coming from anyone in Korea. So Eric highlighted the fact that yes, there's not much of a debate going on here. We have politicians from kind of one side, but I'll ask the question again: where is the Democratic Party in this? I think that you do not want to get caught up in this back and forth where the conservative, and it's usually one of the conservative politicians who are saying these things. You don't want to get caught up in that back and forth. But if the argument is so easy to make in a very highly polarized environment, and the easy argument is that there are going to be significant economic consequences, there will be consequences for the energy industry, consequences for the alliance. Those are fairly clear, obvious arguments to make, but no one on the Democratic Party side is willing to step up and make that argument. And none of the elite, and there is a public elite gap on this. What that looks like, we're not exactly sure how big the gap is. But yeah, it's really curious to me that no one is willing to step up and present that argument. And the question then becomes, well, why not? And is it because maybe they see it as not worth it? Or is it from the Democratic Party side, they're looking and seeing that their party supporters are also in support of this, and so they don't feel the need to step up and push back?
Thank you, Carl. The public, the elite and public gap is actually a very important one. We'll touch on that later. When I asked, what does an average South Korean think about the question, do you want nuclear weapons? I usually try it out on my dad. Like, I asked my dad, do you want nuclear weapons? And he said yes, but for a very simple reason. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't that a powerful thing? So it's like you said, it's speculative, but I could sense that sense of nostalgia about a powerful Korea taking matters to their own hands, and so on and so forth. Back to you, Eric. Do you have anything you wanted to respond to Carl's earlier point about the robustness of the support in the polls?
Yeah, and first I want to say I appreciate your comments, Jungmin, on pointing out kind of a vernacular view from Korea, which is, I think, precisely what is needed abroad, is to understand how ordinary people in Korea think about this issue and engage it on a daily in a daily way or not, which I think they really do not. The question, Carl raised the question of where is the response from the Democratic Party or other elements in Korean politics. I think part of the issue here is that the style in which the topic has been broached does not invite considered discussion. Again, it has been broached through sound bites that are not particularly well thought out and do not invite debate. And so we could see this on other issues. We can see this in other parts of the world, this style of politics. It is not a fruitful one for inviting democratic deliberation. I think that is part of what is going on. And of course, it is a way of baiting, trying to get the opposite side to say something and then to call them out for not supporting the popular will. And that brings me to the other point about surveys, is that when public figures in the media or in politics cite surveys, they are engaging in this theater of democratic politics. They are citing it to say, look, these surveys show what the popular will is, and if we are being democratic, then we should be listening to that. It is a symbolic exercise in building legitimacy. And we should be careful with that, because democracy is not about an aggregation of personal preferences. It's about political processes, and there's no political process in a survey. And so I think understanding that distinction between what one finds in a survey versus what would happen in a political process, like political party organizing or elections or protest or something else, can be very different.
Thank you, Eric. We'll get back to some of the points that you made, but I think we have to touch on the U.S. credibility issue first. This is for, I think, Carl and Jennifer. It caught my eye in your papers, especially Carl's, that factors the credibility of U.S. defense commitment. It did not seem to be a major driver in polls asking if South Koreans want nuclear weapons. This is pretty counterintuitive to me. This does not exactly align either with the reasonings that many politicians claim that the public wants, which is the power to protect my own country, even if U.S. won't give up San Francisco for Seoul, like Jennifer talked about. And Carl pointed out, citing Dr. Sukin's study, that the main factor might be South Korea's desire to take matters to their own hands rather than a too credible U.S. perhaps escalating too quickly. And Jennifer pointed to other possible factors like North Korea policy options, Taiwan, Ukraine, gap in conventional capabilities, norms, nationalism, so on and so forth. Are these, do you think, are mutually compatible with each other, your views on this, U.S. credibility as a non-factor? Or is there anything you wanted to push back on each other's points?
Sure, I can start. Yeah, so my piece doesn't discredit the U.S. credibility concerns because there are South Koreans who argue that if push comes to shove, the U.S. may not give up its people and its cities for South Korean cities and people. But I think stepping back a bit, fundamentally, the majority of these desires for nuclear weapons highlights this want for South Korea to have greater agency and greater control over its ability to respond to external challenges that are evolving and uncertain and unpredictable, particularly due to these geopolitical developments. And because of that, I think it goes beyond just those questions about U.S. credibility. Yes, that's a factor, but there are a myriad of other issues at play and a lot more factors that are driving those concerns. So yes, mutually compatible, but I think the other factors at play are the ones that are perhaps a greater influence in the debate.
I see. Then let me rephrase my question for Carl. You talked about the reassurance trap. That's interesting. U.S. is stuck in a reassurance trap where the more credibility goes up, somehow the polls will show that they want nuclear weapons. How do you break this cycle? How does the U.S. break this cycle?
I don't think they really can break that cycle, because as soon as they start backing away to try to soften that commitment, then they inflame the elite side. And then that would really push the elite side towards saying, oh, well, maybe we do need to take this more seriously and start to push in for something of a program. So yeah, I think the best course for the U.S. is basically stay where they are, continue to focus on extended deterrence, continue to try to do all those things. But I think this is the real challenge for the research moving forward is, we're now beyond just asking the question, do you support or oppose nuclear weapons, right? We all know what that answer is going to be, and we're at the time where we now need to start looking at the drivers behind it and digging in. The challenge is that when you start to get into the consequences, you get into hypotheticals. And as the hypotheticals get longer and more specific, you undermine the question because you start leading respondents in certain ways that you're going to kind of basically assure what the result is going to be. You explain very specifically that, okay, the energy industry will be decimated, you can lay out, and then of course they're going to then switch to opposition. So there's those hypotheticals I find to be very challenging. And so and oftentimes when the hypotheticals are done, they're done mostly by academics. And sorry to paint with a broad brush here to academics who are either online or listening, but they're often done on a shoestring budget. Just the funding often isn't there, and so that often moves into online polling. The sample might not be as good as it can be. The question wording might not be as good as it can often be. And so I think we need a broader base of not only those hypotheticals in online and from the academic side, but from kind of the issue polling side of finding good ways to ask about these questions. It's a real challenge, but I think that's what the next step has to be, where we can start to test what U.S. credibility looks like and draw out some other issues as well.
Thank you. I'll go to Boram for a second about inter-Korean relations, and we will come back to the public elite gap that we have been mentioning. You've talked about two scenarios, enhanced latency and indigenous armament. The former option, focusing more on nuclear responsibilities, it has its perks, but it sounds like it will make denuclearization talks with North Korea more difficult. The latter, you said Seoul may feel less pressure to strengthen security with the U.S. And shun China, but North Korea may still perceive that as a threat and strengthen its own nuclear arsenal as well. So to me, it sounds like either way, inter-Korean relations will be difficult. So is there any scenario that you can think of in which South Korea going nuclear or enhanced latency will somehow positively impact inter-Korean relations, or is that just out of the picture going forward?
Okay, well, thanks for the question. I think theoretically, I've outlined in the paper that there are ways that South Korea's nuclear weapons could strengthen deterrence and uphold the status quo. That's as good as it gets. The problem I have with is it doesn't translate into how to make any negotiation work. That's just not there. So I don't know how it could be positive in that sense. It's too short-term.
Just follow-up question. There are a few high-profile politicians who argue that a nuclear South Korea will have a better chance of negotiation with a nuclear North Korea. What do you think of that?
I think it's very hard to say. It's hopeful. If it's good, if we're lucky, maybe, but I think the chances are very low.
can I two-finger on that? Even the public rejects that.
Mm.
The public doesn't think that there would be a mutual denuclearization. They're pretty much set on if they have them, then both countries will be nuclear and there won't be further negotiations.
I do want to add something.
Sure, sure.
So in order to bring any kind of positive result, I think the base condition would be South Korea would need the recognition from stakeholders that at least U.S. consent that it can build its own nuclear weapons. It's a long shot, but that needs to be there at the bare minimum. So I guess maybe the next question we need to ask is, what are the conditions under which that we can get that consent? Like, what kind of promises does South Korea have to make? Those kind of questions need to be thought about.
I think this issue is related to how the People Power Party Congressman Chung Jin-seok recently talked about suspending the 1992 denuclearization declaration, hinting that if we do that, South Korea will be able to get its own nuclear weapons when North Korea is already not sticking to it. So I think it's an ongoing discussion in South Korea about both having nuclear weapons for leverage. But I think there's a lot of space to debate, especially on that. Eric, let's talk about the elite public gap a little bit. You wrote that democracy is not a survey. That's a quote, and elites are supposed to make tough and difficult decisions in a representative democracy. And roughly put, the polls are conducted on randomly selected sampled individuals. And do you think there are any gaps between elites and the ordinary public on the issue of acquiring nuclear weapons, or at least the gaps in reasons for pursuing, or nuanced differences that the surveys just cannot catch, and you want to elaborate?
Yeah, thanks for that. I would agree with the characterization that there is fragmentation in views or discussions of this issue, but I would frame it a little bit differently. Again, the Korean public has an astoundingly high level of political literacy. And so when something becomes an issue, people educate themselves. They spend a lot of time thinking about the issues, listening on the issues, and going out on the streets and protesting if that's what's necessary to do. So people have this high level of political literacy on the issues of the day. Nuclear acquisition is not one of the issues of the day where those things are happening. So we are not getting that high level of political literacy on this issue because it's not one of those issues today. Instead, we're having these populist, if you will, kinds of efforts to elicit responses on and gain attention on this issue. That said, I mean, there is a really serious issue here. Part of the reason that the topic comes up is not just because of a new political style, and that's a big part of it, but also because there are changes in South Korea's security environment. And we have serious researchers, hopefully some in government, who are having serious conversations about these. But that is where the fragmentation is, I think, between mostly private, serious discussions on the issue where there is a weighing of the considerations. And in my only anecdotal eavesdropping on those conversations, they seem not to be so partisan, versus more public noise rather than serious, considered political engagement on the issue. So that's where I would draw the lines of fragmentation.
Thank you, Eric. In a truly hybrid manner that Clint mentioned earlier, a question from Jonathan Joseph Chirella from online. Eric, you mentioned populist, so I think this fits in right well. How the question is, how specifically do you distinguish between a politician making populist sound bites for publicity versus an honest declaration of policy objectives? It's easy to judge in retrospect, but ... Anyone wants to jump in on that? Eric, Carl, Jennifer?
Yeah, I think readers of the Korean media know they can judge for themselves when they see a statement in the press, and we can judge from other responses. Many of the statements that have gotten the most headlines have had to be walked back in some way, often by allies of the person who made those statements. In addition, again, they have not been picked up in the kinds of discussion programs that people are following, and so you're not getting a lot of analysis of these things. And I think those are the signals. Again, these are not picked up by surveys, but if you are doing kind of more subjective, empathetic research on the streets in Korea, you'll have a sense for.
Thank you, Eric. We have, I believe, 25 minutes left. I'll ask just two last questions and open the questions to floor. Let's talk about consequences a little bit. We mentioned it here and there, but by now we are used to seeing in media headlines that Eric pointed to that majority of South Koreans want nuclear weapons. But I did always wonder if, how strongly the respondents are aware of the consequences. But like you mentioned, Carl, nobody really fully knows in detail in South Korea, even the politicians, I believe. So the surveys mostly do not ask about the consequences, aside from a few well-crafted surveys. What are some of the consequences that can be included into the discussions in South Korea right now that the political elite should be discussing seriously and publicly about, and might be good to reflect in polls and practice? And this also reminds me of the USRK tabletop exercise recently. Does something like that help political elites in South Korea to understand the consequences a little better? Anyone who wants to answer the question, maybe Poram or Jennifer?
Sure, I just have a quick thing to add. I do think it's interesting when you look at the arguments proposed by proponents of nuclear weapons, they either overlook the consequences and argue that South Korea can withstand sanctions or international condemnations, or it's just viewed as one of those acceptable risks of nuclearization. The specific consequences or the specific sanctions that would ensue such a decision, I wouldn't say are as fleshed out as they should be. So it will be important, especially the risks to South Korea's nuclear energy industry and its economy that is dependent on exports, how those sanctions would trickle down to the everyday person should be something that is greater incorporated into these debates, because thus far when looking at such arguments, it isn't as nuanced as one would expect from such a debate.
I think talking about this more transparently, along with what Paul mentioned earlier about the cost of South Korea going non-nuclear, I think it would be very helpful for public discussion. Did you want to add anything?
No, this is actually very helpful for me as we get ready to do another survey looking at consequences. So I'm open to other ideas of what we should be asking about and how we should frame it.
Can I add? So in terms of tabletop exercises, I think coming back to the question of responsibilities rather than the harsh word of consequences, I think we need to think about who's going to pay for this. It's taxpayers' money to build these facilities, but it's not talked about where that facility is going to be. What if an accident occurs? Who's going to pay for that or take care of that?
And civil defenses, like Andy mentioned.
Yes, so that's, I think, needs to be counted for. I think, and maybe in your next research, do you do experiments as well?
Generally, no. Policymakers aren't interested in them in general, and they're too long and complicated.
I think she's about to persuade you.
I'm open to persuasion, but it's a hard sell.
I'm not well versed in experiments, so I can only have an idea of what we could do. But posing a question, have a hawkish president and a dovish president, have them say the same hawkish things about having nuclear weapons or not, and see how the public understands those messages. I think that's better. Because if you ask about the current president, people already have emotions about the current president, so that's all in there. But if you have a hypothetical conservative president, a hypothetical dovish conservative president, you could vary more things. It's just a suggestion.
Yeah, that's interesting, because usually in the questions that we ask, there's not a party included. We don't mention whether it's coming from this party or that party. It's just a straight question. But also in the experiments, I haven't seen a lot of that included. But yeah, that's something to consider, especially because to test the polarization, because this issue is not polarized in that way. So maybe including specific parts of that might tease out some of the polarization.
Yeah, and I'd like to know if there are actual audience costs here for politicians or leaders saying something and not following up. We know that for other topics, there really aren't any audience costs, but maybe for this, we might find something. I'm not sure.
Eric might be able to speak to that, because it sounds, I think I'll probably agree with him, that it seems that there are not any audience consequences.
Or is it our job to make it costly?
Eric, do you want to say something for 20 seconds, please?
20 seconds.
I do not have.
Okay, I think we need a group
good answer to that
chat
question.
Kakao room so that we can work on this. And when we actually come up with the experiment or research, I'll tell Clint. I'll open questions to the floor.
Thank you. Great presentation. I hope the chairman of the next panel can do half as well. That's me. If there's nobody in the opposition pushing back, is it helpful at all for outsiders to talk about the costs? Paul in the last panel pretty strongly suggested no, if I understood him correctly. And I'm just wondering, what do you all think about when U.S. experts chime in? We're going to hear Sig Hecker at lunchtime say how costly it will be. What if U.S. officials or members of Congress chimed in? How would that affect? Would South Koreans not want that, or would it be helpful?
Eric?
That's tricky. That's more of a moral question. My first thought is I think that those arguments will, first of all, get less attention, or they'll get attention in a different way to statements that are either in support or that can be rewritten to be in support of nuclear acquisition. I think there are people in Korea who are certainly aware of the costs or consequences or responsibilities, as and Jennifer and Poram have identified some of those. So I think there is awareness. I think showing some sophistication from the U.S. side is not bad as well, showing that there are complex views on the costs of doing something like this. There are also, of course, moral considerations. Does Korea want to be in the position of proliferating nuclear weapons? And that's something that people in Korea have to consider for themselves.
Yeah, for Paul's comments, I understood them the same way, and I found myself nodding my head vigorously, as I'm currently based in Korea, and so I get the chance to meet with all of the kind of the elite foreign policymakers, and in private discussions, they've often circled back to this idea that all the loudest opposition is coming from the U.S., and even though they are personally, in most of the discussions, opposed to nuclear weapons acquisition, that a lot of the opposition coming out of the U.S. they find patronizing. In this way, like saying that, with like the open threats to destroy the economy, essentially undermine the nuclear energy industry, all of those things are even among people who oppose nuclear weapons, it's not playing well in those terms.
Jennifer, you did mention weakening norms in your paper. Did you want to?
I was actually just about to chime in on that. I do think it is important to highlight the normative costs associated with such a decision, on top of the economic backlash that might ensue, because particularly regarding the NPT and South Korea's commitment to it, how the US and other NPT signatories will respond to, yes, a legal withdrawal, there is that clause in the NPT, but how exactly that will play out, I think, is also an important piece of looking at what a nuclear South Korea would actually look like. And beyond that, just there are those advocates for nuclear weapons who argue that there may be an immediate backlash, but South Korea can get over it. The US may eventually learn to accept a nuclear South Korea. But I think that process, what exactly the timeline will look like, is also something that's important to highlight, because I don't think that's fully been fleshed out yet in the discussion.
I think I saw Paul's two fingers. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, just to underscore what Carl said, I think the hesitancy of South Korean bureaucrats, particularly to come out and join this discourse on nuclear armament, reflects their understanding already of the potential punitive costs. And it's actually we're the ones that were victim to China's economic retaliation. Mm-hmm. We are very aware of our economic vulnerability. But again, just this focus, this moral argument, completely dismisses the moral responsibility also to be able to defend your population, right, and your citizens. So I just don't see U.S. commentary
highlighting particularly for South Korean policymakers what the costs are, when I would be extremely surprised if South Korean policymakers aren't more well-versed about the pains of economic retaliation.
Okay, multiple, two fingers. Maybe we could talk more about the normative issue in the next panel, because it relates to a lot of the things that the United States pursues, and especially in this arena. Do you want to?
So, Paul, I take your points, but I would say there's another aspect to this, which is that there's a debate in South Korea, and then there's a debate that goes beyond South Korea. And so from the U.S. perspective, if the U.S. doesn't highlight what the cost would be, because your argument was the right to defend your population, and I don't disagree with that. But then the Iranians would say the same thing, so why shouldn't we have a nuclear weapon? So I think the U.S. is in this complex position to where it understands South Korea's constraints, but it also has to think about it in a broader picture. So we're and that's probably why I haven't seen anybody in the U.S. administration say anything, but the expert community is talking about it.
Thank you.
Talking about a consequences question that perhaps has more emotional content than some of these other issues we've been discussing. Does it ever get raised, and we've discussed it in the first panel, that the first country after South Korea to get nuclear weapons, should South Korea decide to go nuclear, would be Japan? And does that issue ever come up in discussions about consequences and how citizens of the ROK feel about that?
Yeah, we asked specifically about that. The ROK public, I haven't looked at these numbers in a while, but as far as I remember, yeah, a majority expect that would happen. And this is among this is among the group that is pro-nuclear armament. They fully expect Japan to go nuclear very, very quickly, but it's not a deterrent for their support of nuclear weapons.
They expect and they're okay with it? Or
Okay with it is probably a different question, but they would expect that as an outcome. They expect that as an outcome, and it doesn't switch their support to opposition.
I see.
Great panel. Congratulations to KEI for a wonderful conference. My question is to probe you a bit more on this whole idea of how perceptions of U.S. credibility affect elites and the population more broadly. And I'll point to the war in Ukraine, of course. Obviously, U.S. relations with Ukraine were nothing like U.S. relations with Korea. But at the onset, of course, we all realized the Budapest Memo is violated, which was an agreement whereby the Ukrainians gave up nuclear weapons for a guarantee of sovereignty by the United States, Europeans, and the Russians. We didn't fulfill it, and the Russians violated it. Now we have, in the last few days and weeks, as we begin our own political silly season, at least two leading candidates for the President of the United States saying the United States should cease all military assistance to Ukraine, and I would do so as soon as I became president. Would that affect the credibility of the United States in terms of extended deterrence for Korea? It struck me in the earlier panel, a lot of talk was one of the things that spurred this debate in the 70s, of course, was the U.S. withdrawal from Vietnam. Now, while that's maybe a poor metaphor, it would suggest to me that if the United States now pursued that policy of no longer supporting Ukraine, how would that affect elite and public thinking in Korea?
Jennifer?
Yeah, there are those lines being drawn between Ukraine and South Korea, although I think, as Clint mentioned, it is a false equivalency. There are various factors that are very different about the two situations. But would U.S. seizing support impact the debate? Most likely, yes. It's hard to predict how exactly it would affect the calculus of how people think about nuclear weapons. But I think just in general, the war in Ukraine is shaping perceptions about U.S. abroad commitments and how thoroughly the U.S. is committing to those different contingencies. Just to add another piece back in, I do think in relation to that, the Taiwan piece will also be important in South Korean thinking about how that would impact its security environment and how then South Korea should respond to it. So again, it's hard to really make a prediction how exactly it would impact thinking, but it will likely shift certain views on how South Korea should think about just the reliability of certain levels of support.
Can excuse me, this is uncouth, but I'm assuming organizer's privilege. One of the aforementioned high-level politicians did note to pull out of Ukraine so as to focus more on China. So on the one hand, maybe this could be interpreted they put greater attention on Korea, but at the same time, on the other hand, it forces exactly that dilemma of potential rock entrapment in something in Taiwan. So it's haywire, I guess, is the point I'm raising.
Thank you. Is it on? Yes, thank you. I have a curious question about South Korean domestic discourse. So if credibility of U.S. extended deterrence and maybe some elements of nationalist pride is a contributing factor to supporters of South Korea's independent nuclear armament, in that case, even if U.S. offers as a compromise return of redeployment of U.S. tactical nukes in South Korea, would that be sufficient to satisfy those advocates of nuclear armament? Or would they say, well, even if you bring those U.S. nukes to South Korea, you can always pull them back, so this doesn't answer our question? Or have you seen the poll show that enough nuclear armament advocates will be sufficiently modified if U.S. offers, here's our nukes, use them instead?
So indigenous versus American tactical
Yes.
redeployment. Carl?
Yeah, we asked specifically about that, and 57% are in support of redeployment of tactical nuclear weapons. The problem is that if you're asked to choose, if there is a choice to be made, then it drops to something like 70% versus 9%. So the high preference is for an indigenous program. Tacticals are acceptable, but not the preferred outcome, is I think how I would say that.
Thank you. A question for all the panelists. Where do you see this discourse, the pro-nuclear weapons discourse, going next? And with the expectation that nobody probably wants to make blanket predictions, what developments, what factors do you see as being most important in influencing that discourse moving forward? Thank you.
Eric?
Yeah, let me just say something that responds to that question as well as the previous question. I think the previous question got at kind of the more sophisticated side, and so if we were to see this topic become something for engaged public discussion, that whole range of options would be laid out, and there would be discussion, imagination, repackaging of the costs and benefits and consequences to each of these various options, rather than painting things as kind of black or white, or yay, we're strong and have nuclear weapons, right? I think that is one direction a more sophisticated public discussion in Korea could take. It hasn't taken that direction, but I also just want to warn against trying to draw an equivalency between purported public sentiment in favor of this and what the government does. Those can be entirely different things, right? Again, it's partly a symbolic legitimizing activity to try to cite the public sentiment. But what is done by this administration may be entirely separate to any discussions or public views about that. And I think that is something that is risky and frightening to everybody.
Just quickly about the, sorry, do you want to?
Do you have a follow-up?
You can
to
go
this?
first.
So on the follow-up to this, I think there is an increasing depth to the conversation. I don't know if everyone saw it, but there was a very detailed interview given by Egun. He's a professor at SNU, former head of the Korea Foundation. He's now out of that, but he gave a pretty in-depth explanation of why he supports a nuclear armament. And I think the next steps we'll see is following on that. No one's put enough thought into it yet about what this is going to look like, what a thought-out program will look like, but the seeds are there. So if people like him, who was a very serious policy thinker and a serious player, is starting to put the pieces together, it's not long until others are going to start following in behind. So I take Eric's point that there hasn't been a serious discussion yet, but the seeds are there. And the people who are talking about this and thinking about it are going to start coming up with more serious plans, I think, in the near future.
And I also think it's crucial to look at the long-term viability of the debate, because it is something that, in one form or the other, has been part of South Korean thinking since at least 2006, when North Korea became or had tested its nuclear weapon. And because of that, I think as long as North Korea has usable nuclear weapons and that the Korean Peninsula is not fully denuclearized, this debate, again, it's difficult to assess the exact form. In one form or the other, though, will continue to be part of the discourse.
Poram, do you want to?
Sure. I guess two things come to mind to answer your question is the next nuclear test of North Korea that would spark some kind of reaction, and also U.S. elections.
North Korean nuclear weapons test. We have been hearing about it for more than a year. It didn't happen yet. I'm still waiting. We have 3 minutes left. I'll get 3 questions per time to ensure everybody gets their question in here. Kayla, and then in the back.
So Carl mentioned the word acceptable in his last response, and I think that's a really interesting prompt to think about the public discussion. So to what extent can we differentiate support, which is kind of passive, from demand? Yeah. And then under what conditions? And I think that I'd like to hear Carl talk about that, but also Boram as well, since she's talking about responsibilities, and I think acceptability falls into that.
Let's take questions from Kayla.
Hi, my question builds a little bit on the question just happened earlier, and that is playing forward with the hypothetical. Jennifer mentioned a great point that if we do see a futuristic scenario, so definitely playing with hypotheticals, where Korea does choose to go nuclear, we have that gap period with the withdrawal period for the NPT. And being a country that is democratic and beholden to the conversations that are had in the public, if sanctions ensue or things of that nature, or things aren't moving forward, what does this even look like if it has to be reversed? So what does it look like if the South Korean public changes their mind? If politicians change their mind, they say, oh, we're going this direction, we're seeing the consequences of it, and we pull back, what risk is there for that economically and militarily and strategically? And I think we're asking great questions at the forefront of this hypothetical, but I'm really curious about the midpoint as well.
Maybe for Jennifer. And in the back, please. Yes.
Thanks. Okay. Deterrence has many levers to it, nuclear being just one of them. I'm curious about, we've talked a lot about nuclear today, understandably, that's the point of our day here together. I'm curious about the state of public polling with respect to other capabilities, cyber, global striker, non-nuclear, conventional, electronic warfare, space. These are all areas of development that could feasibly impact the deterrence calculus of certain actors. So I'm curious about whether experiments regarding polling on nuclear weapons can either take those other levers into account or kind of what the state of play is there. Thank you.
Well, let's start with Carl on the first question.
Oh, so I was going to go with
Okay,
that
sure.
question. That's probably a shorter answer, and there isn't any. Because nuclear is a big issue and everyone has a baseline understanding of what that is, but cyber electronic space, there's just no public understanding, and so we can't really ask about that and get kind of any kind of reliable results.
Jennifer, do you want to?
Right, just to answer Kayla's question, I think it will be very interesting to see, because already going forward with nuclear development is a risk, and that comes with vulnerabilities, particularly in that period. And if there is that reversal, how exactly then South Koreans view both its vulnerability conventionally and nuclearly in response to North Korea, I think will really impact how the debate then looks at just South Korea's indigenous capabilities beyond nuclear within its geostrategic context.
Carl, just quickly on the...
Yeah, that's an important distinction. So there is support, but I don't think there's any demand whatsoever. I think that'll be something that'll end up being driven. If there's an elite shift on this, then that would end up creating like an actual demand for that.
Okay, final question. It's 11:50. We have to wrap up. There's a question from online from Dr. Jeffrey Robertson. Do panelists see a generation gap in support for nuclear weapons? Poram, do you see any generation gap in South Korea?
I don't know the polling data as much as Carl does, but I did have a question. So if even in the 70% that says yes, there are old people and young people, correct? Old people
Roughly
can have
put.
yes, older people and younger people. So older people may have nostalgia. Younger people don't have nostalgia. Yeah. So my understanding of the younger generation is they were born with the notion that K-pop was universal. I'm not part of that generation. I've just learned about BTS.
Oh, I'm old now then.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think their expectations are different. They're much higher, so they want more recognition. So I think the drivers would be very different there. But I
Also
was
for
curious
younger
about the data.
generation women and men, they have very different ideas of what the country's like. Eric or Carl, did you want to say anything about generation gap or non-existence of generation gap in nuclear?
Nothing beyond just majorities of all generations, of all age cohorts supported. I can't remember what the variations are. There's probably some in there, but
Women
they're
slightly lower, I remember.
That might
just
be right.
very slightly.
Yeah, but the gaps are relatively minimal.
Eric?
Yeah, I would just say I think the question from the last speaker and then Kayla's question are excellent, and I think where there is the real discussion of these issues in Korea, that is among security researchers in more private spaces. I think those things are coming up as they should. We're just not seeing it reflected.
Thank you very much, everyone. We're off to lunch now. Clint?
Just very quickly, fantastic job, everybody on the second panel. As I said, for those online, we'll be putting a video on, but we'll be coming back with Dr. Hecker 1:15, and for those here, lunch is served, and yeah, we'll see you back with Dr. Hecker.
Oh, good job.
Great moderator.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. But isn't some of that stuff up to the discretion of the president? Isn't there a national security, like a clause in there? It's like if the president says there's a greater national security.
I have to clarify because I was skimming through what you're talking.
I know.
An article, and it says that there's 2 Brownback amendments to give the president.
No, I'm not sure how much you're talking
I have to see under what the
Yeah.
So a lot of questions, and I felt a little.
Yeah, that's a good point. So that's a good reference to go through and start to phrase those into the questions.
I'd have to go back and look at the question.
I got the email yesterday.
The Inflation Reduction Act grew out of the Biden administration's Build Back Better initiative. After numerous attempts to pass the legislation, ultimately Senator Chuck Schumer and Senator Joe Manchin came up with legislation that took and met Senator Manchin's requirements that it would reduce inflation in the United States and not add much to spending overall. Within this bill, there are things relating to prescription drug negotiation prices, tax increases, and other measures designed to try and reduce inflation in the United States, but also provisions to provide significant amounts of funding to address climate change, specifically in areas such as solar panels, wind power, and electric vehicles. If we look specifically at the electric vehicle provisions within the legislation, what we see is that they're designed to take and try to create production and supply chains within the United States. However, that has taken and caused consternation for foreign producers. Specifically, the legislation requires that electric vehicles be built within the United States to take and be eligible for the tax credits. Currently, 26 of the 32 models sold in the United States are assembled domestically. Of those models, only the Nissan Leaf and a few European models are built within the United States. So from South Korea and many producers outside the United States, from Japan or the European Union, their vehicles are not eligible for the tax credits. In addition, the Inflation Reduction Act requires that beginning in 2023 that the minerals within the electric vehicle batteries and their components come from either the United States or US FTA partners. In 2023, those standards are set at 40% for the mineral content and 50% for the battery component content. However, this rises over time. But most importantly, by 2025, none of the minerals within the batteries or the components can come from a foreign entity of concern. And this means that countries right now who are dependent largely on China for either components or minerals, which is most producers, will need to take and find alternative supply chains to meet the requirements necessary for the tax credits within the Inflation Reduction Act. Currently, Hyundai and Kia do not produce any of their electric vehicles within the United States, but have pledged to take and build a facility to produce 300,000 electric vehicles by 2025. At the moment, this means that none of Hyundai or Kia's electric vehicles sold in the United States are eligible for tax credits. This places them at a disadvantage to competitors who are producing vehicles within the United States. Specifically, this has created concerns within South Korea because under the US-Korea Free Trade Agreement, the United States is required to take and consider and treat goods from South Korea the same as they would those from the United States, which the Inflation Reduction Act clearly does not. Additionally, South Korea has concerns about the Inflation Reduction Act, as over the last 2 years, South Korean administrations have worked closely with the United States to deepen economic relations on issues such as economic security and supply chains. Shortly before the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, President Biden had visited South Korea and told the president of Hyundai and Kia that he would not let them down. In light of these concerns, discussion in South Korea has raised both the prospect of using the dispute settlement mechanism within the US-Korea FTA to address this issue, or joining with Japan and the European Union in filing a dispute with the World Trade Organization. While it's unclear what can be done on a regulatory level to address South Korea's concerns, what the Biden administration can do is amend the Inflation Reduction Act. Doing so would benefit both the United States and its economic partners in South Korea and elsewhere by helping to develop resilient supply chains and enhance economic security, not only in the United States, but in South Korea and with our other trade partners. While it's understandable that South Korea is concerned about the provisions within the Inflation Reduction Act related to electric vehicle assembly, in the long term, the Inflation Reduction Act could be beneficial to South Korean electric vehicle battery producers. As they develop supply chains either in the United States or within US FTA partners, the provisions related to foreign entities of concern could allow South Korea to take and become the dominant seller of electric vehicle batteries within the United States.
Foreign policy observers sometimes call into question the value of alliances. They contend that these countries are taking advantage of American defense spending without giving back equal value. However, alliances provide immense material value to the United States, even if they are sometimes difficult to quantify in dollars. Consequently, aggressive demands by the United States that allies pay more for U.S. military presence could prove more damaging to the United States. South Korea is a case in point of an ally who delivers immense value to the U.S. government. Though the actual lift of benefits is far more expansive, we will explore 3 areas in this video. First, the prevention of armed conflict on the Korean Peninsula. Second, foreign policy convergence on the Korean Peninsula. And third, the promotion of shared values on the Korean Peninsula. Helping South Korea maintain deterrence against an invasion from North Korea is in the best interest of the United States. War could return to the Korean Peninsula in numerous ways. While some people might think that the economic cost of this hypothetical war would be borne entirely by South Korea if the United States does not participate, this is not true. Because South Korea is such a large, globally integrated economy, the indirect cost to the United States from such a conflict on the peninsula would be immense. The Economist Intelligence Unit estimated that a war on the Korean Peninsula in 2017 would have cost the U.S. economy about $330 billion in just 1 year. Just looking at that war's potential impact on U.S. agricultural and auto production, the report suggested that over 20,000 agricultural jobs and 25,000 auto sector jobs would have been lost in the first year of a war. In addition, South Korea's semiconductor industry has the second most production capacity in the world, approximately a fifth of the world's output. Any disruption to South Korean semiconductor supply chains in the course of the war could have major downstream implications for the U.S. economy, particularly the technology sector. These indirect costs to the U.S. economy, along with the direct military costs, the return of a full-scale war on the Korean Peninsula could easily cost the U.S. $2 trillion, though the final amount would be much higher. In addition to helping South Korea prevent war on the Korean Peninsula, the alliance helps the U.S. advance other foreign policy interests. First, South Korea helps Washington gain leverage over Pyongyang in discussions around North Korea's proliferation activities. Notably, North Korea's neighbors that are not allies with the United States not only facilitate Pyongyang's smuggling activities, but also increasingly work to push back against Washington's diplomatic efforts. South Korea, on the other hand, generally aligns its diplomatic engagements with North Korea with foreign policy interests of the United States. For instance, in September 2018, President Moon Jae-in and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un discussed potentially reopening the joint industrial complex in Kaesong that South Korea had closed in 2016 to help U.S.-led pressure against the North. In its last year of the operation, Seoul is estimated to have paid $120 million to Pyongyang for the North Korean laborers working for South Korean companies. This offer was an inducement for Pyongyang to follow a path more acceptable to Washington. Similarly, South Korea has taken on economic damage in order to advance U.S. interests in the region. For instance, Seoul committed to installing U.S. anti-ballistic missile defense batteries in South Korea. Beijing perceived this missile battery to be directed at China and pressured South Korea to remove the installation by engaging in reprisals against Korean businesses, including automakers in China and cultural exports. South Korean companies likely took on $25 billion in losses, but still maintained U.S. missile batteries. As an active contributor to regional economic development, South Korea has been advancing the U.S. foreign policy objective of upholding rules-based commercial engagement in the Indo-Pacific. Between 1988 and 2019, Seoul has directed $7.2 billion in official development assistance to its emerging economy neighbors in the region. During the same period, South Korea's private investment to developing countries was 6 to 8 times larger than its official development assistance. At ASEAN-Korea summits in recent years, President Moon Jae-in has underscored the need for the region to work together to support global peace, security, prosperity, and sustainable development, all things supported by the U.S. government. At a time when Beijing is expanding its influence in the region by offering cheap loans, South Korea is advancing U.S. interests through its own overseas assistance and commercial engagement without needing to draw from American coffers. South Korea's title as the linchpin of U.S.-backed security architecture in Asia is not an empty one. As we have seen, the alliance with South Korea provides the U.S. with many benefits. And placing too much emphasis on how much the U.S. immediately spends on troop presence in South Korea is self-defeating, as it risks weakening the alliance that offers far greater savings in return.
Peace Corps was established in 1961 to promote world peace through overseas development assistance. The experience of the Peace Corps mission in Korea is particularly emblematic of how overseas development transforms not only the recipient nation, but also the donor country, and how it can set the stage for wider cooperation to help people in need elsewhere in the world. So what are some of the achievements of Peace Corps Korea? What kind of legacy did it leave behind? And what lessons can be applied to today's challenges?
Since 1966, more than 2,000 Peace Corps volunteers served in South Korea as teachers and healthcare workers. During the 1960s, the Peace Corps sent many volunteers to South Korea often in remote rural areas. At that time, South Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world with a per capita income of less than $200. Healthcare and educational situations in rural areas are even worse than those in urban areas. Many Korean people testified that the Peace Corps played a critical role in improving healthcare in rural areas, especially in fighting tuberculosis on the field. They engaged in tough jobs as collecting expectorations and conducting X-ray examinations in military vehicles. Campaign song made by Peace Corps volunteers titled Zero Tuberculosis Tomorrow helped Korean people raise awareness of the disease prevention too. I think the successful experience of Peace Corps helped South Korea to develop its own overseas volunteer program. Following in Peace Corps footsteps, South Korea started to send volunteers to different parts of the world in 1990, and a year later, KOICA was established. As we mark the 30th anniversary of KOICA this year, it is worth recognizing the contribution of Peace Corps in making KOICA volunteer program a success. South Korea sends around 5,000 volunteers to about 40 countries around the world every year, making it one of the world's largest in size.
With respect to how the Peace Corps has contributed, I guess, to the United States and our own society and culture here, the Peace Corps had 3 goals, and the third goal was to bring back to the United States better understanding and knowledge of other places. I think that's quite profound. I think every Peace Corps volunteer, not only from Korea, but everywhere, brings that back, and it really shapes their lives and in many ways influences the communities and the careers that they get involved in going forward. With respect to Korea, of course, many Peace Corps Korea volunteers, especially from the early groups, came back and started graduate programs, or sometimes became the first graduate students to really dig deep into Korean studies and went on to build those programs in many universities. But for those who didn't pursue the Korea angle, many came back having worked in public health, for example, in Korea or in education, and brought, I think, the inspiration of those years and of their Korean colleagues into international or local work in those fields throughout the rest of their careers.
I think Korea and the U.S. can do a lot in terms of providing like Peace Corps volunteers. Korea has a World Friends Korea program out of KOICA. With the COVID-19 and its long-lasting impacts, I'm very concerned about developing countries losing their capability that they've attained for the last 20 years. We have been alarmed to see the rising extreme poverty for the first time since 1998 after COVID-19 struck the whole world. In addition, I'm very concerned about growing social inequality, especially in terms of gender inequality around the world. Let me first talk about the UN Global Sustainable Development Report 2019 that I worked on. In the 1960s, when South Korea was a developing country, what we needed the most was not just elementary and secondary education, but tertiary education, higher education. The US supported South Korea with the Minnesota Project, where many of the leading US universities came to South Korea to make sure that we have higher education. What I saw in the 2019 Global Sustainable Development Report was still now, even today, the Global North has a disproportionate amount of R&D and higher education, and developing countries did not have that. There was a stark difference. So I think what South Korea can do from our own experience of overcoming poverty is to make sure developing countries have their own higher educational institution. I think that's very much in the spirit of the US-South Korea alliance. I think we must work together through young people who are looking for a better future for everyone to work on these inequality issues together. And I'm particularly would like to support gender inequality as an area in which we could work together to reduce and eliminate. The Davos Forum, or the World Economic Forum, reports the Global Gender Gap Index every year. In their most recent report, they report that in order for the whole world to reach gender parity, it would take another 135 years. That's too long. And in particular, if we look at political equality, that's going to take another 145 years. For economic parity, that's going to take over 267 years.
Certainly, the issue of sustainable development and the issue of addressing climate change, of achieving economic growth in in a way that also addresses the environmental crisis of our time is key. And this was not unknown, actually, way back in the day in the Peace Corps when I was in Korea and we were elsewhere, but it's front and center today and really needs to be focused on. And I also think that the attention to the role of the participation of women in the society, in the economy, in opportunities for all, in the question of inequality. Again, these are not new issues, but they are compelling today, and I think that our development programs need to be sure that we remain heavily focused on them.
Korean volunteers are doing the exactly similar kind of the activities to inspire people in the developing countries. So the legacy can be continued and to inspire people in those developing countries. And if possible, we also want to help those developed countries can turn into now givers and donors. And then we can share our kind of experience and knowledge to expand the ties to the people kind of a program in those countries to follow the Peace Corps and Korean volunteer programs. That's my kind of the hope, and that's the direction I want to go for.
Armistices end wars, but do not create the conditions for lasting peace. They traditionally are followed by peace conferences to resolve the problems that led to the war. The terms of the July 27, 1953 armistice that ended the Korean War called for a political conference to settle through negotiation the questions of withdrawal of all foreign forces from Korea, the peaceful settlement of the Korean question, etc. It is not widely remembered today that a Korean peace conference took place. What happened? Why did negotiations fall short? And what lessons can be learned from the 1954 peace conference? In spring 1954, high-level representatives from 19 countries met for almost 2 months in Geneva to resolve the Korean question. The delegations were led by foreign ministers and future prime ministers, including U.S. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, Zhou Enlai of China, Vyacheslav Molotov of Russia, and Anthony Eden from Britain. The North Korean delegation was led by General Nam Il, who had signed the armistice. Because China and North Korea would not attend the conference convened by the United Nations, and because the United States did not recognize Communist China, the Geneva Conference was convened by 4 powers: the United States, Soviet Union, United Kingdom, and France. The United States invited the unified command countries that had fought in the Korean War, including the Republic of Korea, and the Soviet Union invited China and North Korea. How to invite countries to the Geneva Conference was not the only problem. Who would chair the meeting, and how seating would be arranged were major obstacles. In the end, the chair rotated between the UK, the Soviet Union, and Thailand. Although Thailand had been part of the Unified Command, it was considered suitably neutral. The seating arrangement the night before the conference was to begin, and was finally worked out between the UK and USSR.
Come on.
Although some historians argue that the participants never expected the Geneva Conference to succeed, declassified documents from US, Russian, and Chinese archives show that each made detailed preparations to negotiate and intended to reach an agreement. The Chinese in particular wanted a successful outcome. This was their first international negotiation, and they believed that if successful, it would pave the way for their involvement in future international
Yet, but we're very glad he's with us. Maybe as people come in, I'll go ahead and Sig, with your permission, introduce you a little, and maybe a little bit of filibustering while everyone gets settled in the room. But we've had, and again, Dr. Hecker, I don't know if you were able to join us this morning, but we've had two very lively, excellent sessions, and we're so pleased that you can join us. And I'm going to start this introduction with that well-worn, but in this case, I think highly apt cliche that I'm going to introduce someone who needs no introduction, because I want to. But we're very pleased to have with us here today Dr. Sig Hecker, who is Director Emeritus at the Los Alamos National Laboratory, where he spent 34 years, I didn't realize, in positions ranging from a summer graduate student to a postdoctoral fellow, director of the Center of Materials Science, director of the laboratory, and senior fellow. I'm mentioning that because, Sig, we have here today people at different parts of their career, from Richard Lawless this morning, who was first in Korea in the 1960s, as he said, hunting nukes, to some of our graduate students who are just starting out. So 34 years, you rose to be director and then director emeritus of Los Alamos, and then, of course, joined Stanford University in 2005, where he was a senior fellow at the Center of International Security and Cooperation, including serving as co-director for 6 years. That's where I first got to know Dr. Hecker, and I think where he'll probably talk a little bit about how he first got involved in the Korean Peninsula issues. But after retiring from Stanford in August 2022, just last year, Dr. Hecker has now joined the Department of Nuclear Engineering at Texas A&M University as a professor of practice, and also as a distinguished professor of practice at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies. He's had many awards. I'm not going to go into all of them. I do want to mention the Dwight D. Eisenhower Medal in 2017, along with Sam Nunn and Richard Lugar. His book, Hinge Points, was just published, I believe, this year in January. Hinge Points, an inside look at North Korea's nuclear program, written with Elliot Serban, and I commend it to all of you. I am among the many, I think, within the U.S. government and outside the U.S. government who have benefited from not only Sig's deep technical expertise and his ability to explain it clearly to people who never took nuclear science, but also his grasp of relationships, his grasp of diplomacy, his insatiable curiosity, and his commitment to the right goals on the Korean Peninsula and in the world. And it's also, I think, very impressive to me, and I think to all of you, that also this year in January, Dr. Hecker became the chair of the board of sponsors of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, which is a group, if you don't know it, created by Albert Einstein and first led by Robert Oppenheimer. And I think if you see that photograph that came out fairly recently of the doomsday clock, I recognized somebody in it. It was Dr. Hecker. But notwithstanding the rather grim message of that, I've always found Dr. Hecker to be someone of positivity and looking for solutions, a problem solver, and a great colleague. So, Sig, we're very happy to have you join us today. I think we have people settled in here, both in person and online. So, welcome.
Kathy, thank you very much. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be able to be with you. And Kathy, I did actually listen in to all of the sessions this morning, of course, through Zoom, since I'm working right now out of my home. And I found it both really fascinating and illuminating, particularly the impressive experience and the knowledge about the Korean Peninsula, its issues and its challenges. And of course, I can't come anywhere close to that, but as you indicated, I have had exposure, of course, to nuclear issues, having visited North Korea 7 times, but also having visited South Korea many times, and many of those in the capacity of looking at South Korea's civilian nuclear program. And so I thought about, what can I do in these few minutes in a lunchtime session? And I think for the most part, the best that I can do is sort of bring the perspective of a nuclear practitioner to the table and saying, okay, I've just been asked this question, what about a South Korean indigenous nuclear capability?
Yeah, but we're very glad he's with us. Maybe as people come in, I'll go ahead and Sig, with your permission, introduce you a little, and maybe a little bit of filibustering while everyone gets settled in the room. But
One
we've
moment,
had,
Dr. Hecker.
and again, Dr. Hecker, I don't know if you were able to join us this morning, but we've had two sessions, and we're so pleased that you can join us. And I'm going to
Dr.
start
Hecker, do
this-
you have the
this
live
introduction with
stream
that
on your
well-worn,
computer?
But in this case, I think highly apt cliche that I'm going to introduce someone who needs
Dr.
no
Hecker?
introduction.
Do you have the live stream on your computer? If so, could you maybe close that out?
Dr. Sig Hecker, who is Director Emeritus at the Los Alamos
can you hear
National
me?
Laboratory, where he spent 34 years, I didn't realize, in positions ranging from a summer graduate student to a postdoctoral fellow, Director of the Center of Materials Science, Director of the Laboratory, and Senior Fellow. I'm mentioning that because, Sig, we have here today people at different parts of their career, from Richard Lawless this morning, who was first in Korea in the 1960s, as he said, hunting nukes, to some of our graduate students who are just starting out. So 34 years, you rose to be director and then director emeritus of Los Alamos. And then, of course, joined Stanford University in 2005, where he was a senior fellow at the Center of International Security and Cooperation, including serving as co-director for 6 years. That's where I first got to know Dr. Hecker, and I think...
There we go. Wait, no, he muted.
He's hung up on me twice.
What?
Dr. Hecker, could you please turn off the live stream on your computer? We're getting it as background audio, which is obstructing our ability to hear you. Dr. Hecker, can you hear me? I think you have the live stream, the YouTube live stream on your computer open, and it's giving us audio background here, and we can't hear you because of it. If you could close that out.
His grasp of relationships, his grasp of diplomacy, his insatiable curiosity, and his commitment to the right goals on the Korean Peninsula and in the world. And it's also, I think, very impressive to me, and I think to all of you, that also this year in January, Dr. Hecker became the chair of the board of sponsors of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, which is a group, if you don't know it, created by Albert Einstein and first led by Ron.
Unfortunately, I had some technical problems on my end in that I was listening in this morning on all of the sessions, which I found quite fascinating. And apparently I didn't turn that part off. And so I was getting several transmissions. So, so sorry, but thank you very much for your kind introduction. And by the way, one of those things that I did during and still do during my sort of academic life is I had a lot of students, including one of those is one of your panelists, Tewa Hong. And he was in my all things nuclear class. So thank you for having me. It was fascinating sessions this morning. I listened to them. There was very impressive experience and knowledge on the Korean Peninsula, much more than I can bring to the table. I do have some experience, of course, in North Korea, having been there 7 times. And then I visited South Korea also many times, many of those visits to take a look at South Korean civilian nuclear energy program. And that was also really fascinating. So what to do in my lunchtime comments as I listened to all of these experts talk about the issue of Korean nuclear armament, I'd like to bring that experience that you just enumerated to the table, and that is from the nuclear world. And particularly having been in this nuclear world for almost 58 years now, much of it at Los Alamos, and then having responsibility at Los Alamos for the nuclear weapons that we designed for the U.S. Stockpile. And so as I look at this question, I'm going to give you my reactions to that. And let me just sort of give you the bottom line up front. As people would ask me, you know, should South Korea develop nuclear weapons of its own? And my comment would be, why in the world would South Korea want to do this? It will make the Korean Peninsula, in my opinion, more dangerous, and it will make South Korea less safe. So let me walk through a few questions that I would ask myself then. And that is, first of all, can South Korea build the bomb? And we've had some of that discussion already this morning, the question of where it's been in the past, the issue of nuclear latency now. And my answer is yes, of course, South Korea has the technical capability to build the bomb. As Andy Hong pointed out this morning, you know, there are issues of technical latency. There's some gaps in that latency. In my opinion, actually, the gaps are pretty big because in the end, you do need fissile materials. And the way the South Koreans have developed with, of course, U.S. help and also with international restrictions, they have not developed the capabilities for uranium enrichment and for reprocessing. There's been a lot of talk about using spent reactor fuel, of which South Korea has a lot for nuclear weapons. And even though I'm here to tell you that, yes, it's possible to make a nuclear weapon out of a spent reactor fuel, we certainly have people at Los Alamos who can do that. But you would not want to build a nuclear arsenal out of spent reactor fuel. So South Korea would have to develop those capabilities. Does it have the ability to do so? Of course, it would have the ability to do so. But really, the biggest question about building the bomb is not that if South Korea has an indigenous nuclear arsenal, it's an arsenal. It's not just building the bomb. And to build an arsenal would take a significant redirection of South Korea's overall military, both expenditures and manpower. And so it's not a simple matter. It would have to go sort of toe-to-toe with the North Koreans. As the North Koreans develop the capabilities, South Koreans would have to change their capabilities to keep up in order to have the deterrent. And so making a commitment, it's a commitment to an arsenal, and that would be a huge change in South Korea's overall military and political posture. The second question is, what about the international consequences? And of course, I realize that's going to be mostly discussed in the next panel. So again, let me just give you my quick reaction to that, and then you'll hear much more about that. I think it will be a major blow to the international, what I call the non-proliferation regime. You know, not just the treaty, the regime is a whole combination of treaties, of agreements, of assurances, of security alliances, of international norms and organizations such as the IAEA and so forth. And the U.S. has been the major protagonist of that regime. U.S. has invested an enormous amount of its efforts and its prestige in that regime. And to have one of its own allies break out of that regime would just be an enormous blow. But we'll hear more about that this afternoon. The third, and to me actually the major reason why I think it would not be wise for South Korea to pursue its own indigenous arsenal is, as I mentioned, it will make the Korean Peninsula less safe. And that is, I firmly believe in all of these, 50 plus years of being in the nuclear world, that the fewer fingers there are on the nuclear trigger, the safer the world is. And of course, that's the way Washington has tried to push it over the years. And particularly if South Korea develops its own nuclear arsenal, along with all its own nuclear postures and policies and so forth, what we'll have is essentially two inexperienced fingers on the nuclear trigger, and that is in North Korea and now in South Korea, in the hands of the president, in such a volatile, situation as North and South Korea. And that's, to me, that's sort of a recipe for a potential disaster. And if it goes it alone, then gone would be what I call sort of the steady hand of Washington, of the United States on the nuclear trigger. And, for the most part, of course, people can argue as to how steady that hand has been. But we've avoided a major escalation, not only into the nuclear arena, but also into the conventional arena. And I would say the U.S. has sort of checks and balances that then even during the time of 2017, when we on the American side had an inexperienced president, rather volatile president, that had his hands on the nuclear button, as he called it, we did have within the U.S. sort of these checks and balances. And I wrote an article back then, and I mentioned it in my book also, is when I was really worried, and to my way of thinking, it was the most dangerous time, sort of in the summer of 2017, with Trump and his finger on the nuclear button. We had what I called control rods, the equivalent, the political equivalent of control rods. Control rods is what you put into a computer. You lower them in order to tone down a nuclear reaction to make sure that you don't have a meltdown. Well, those control rods at the time were Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis, Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. And they were able to get us through those difficult times into the 2018 when we actually had some real dialogue with the North Koreans. And so I think that's a critical aspect, is precisely that steady hand of the American government. We've avoided the escalations that we're worried about. And I would be enormously concerned, both for the Korean Peninsula and its implications to the international arena, of the situation where we have two presidents or two leaders in North and South Korea with the potential of miscalculations and the potential of escalations. And then the last thing that I want to talk about is sort of what I view as the economic consequences. The most immediate ones, again, since I spend a lot of time in South Korea, from Daejeon down to Busan, and looking at Doosan heavy industry, and in Daejeon looking at the nuclear fuel fabrication capabilities, South Korea today is at the top of nuclear power reactor countries and capabilities. Of course, it got that $20 billion or so contract to build the nuclear reactors in the UAE. Essentially, every other major country on the Western side of things, France, United States, has faltered terribly in costs having gone totally out of sight for nuclear reactor construction. The Chinese and the Russians in that sense have done somewhat better. But the Koreans, the South Koreans, are able to build the best nuclear reactors and do it in a way that I think is sort of a major indication to the world that it can still be done. And this, if it goes towards a nuclear arsenal, it will break the back of the Korean nuclear power industry, both for its potential of export as well as its indigenous capabilities, because it depends on its enrichment and its fuel from at least the agreement with the United States and procuring it from external sources as such. And I think that economic consequence of what it would do to the South Korean nuclear industry would then extend through much of the rest of the economy of South Korea also. And that is, it would extend to problems, for the likes of Samsung, of Hyundai Motors, of LG, and so forth. And so my view then, in looking at all of this and say, look, South Korea, after its sort of entree of looking at the potential of nuclear weapons in the 1970s and starting to develop some of the capabilities for that in the 80s, it made the right decision. It decided it's going to develop its economy. It's become an economic powerhouse. North Korea in the 80s made the decision to pursue its own indigenous nuclear weapons program, not having been able to get help from China or from Russia. And look where they are today. North Korea doesn't have nuclear electricity. North Korea doesn't have the equivalence of the economic powerhouses that South Korea does. And so why in the world would you want to go in that direction? And so again, that's my view. I found out this morning, of course, situation in terms of the public and the government is so much more intertwined and complex in South Korea. But if they want to listen to a nuclear guy who's been there, in the U.S. nuclear program, I've also visited every state that has declared nuclear weapons. I've been at their nuclear facilities. I've looked at all that. I've looked at what it takes to develop a nuclear arsenal. This is something that I would not advise my government to do if I were in South Korea. Let me leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hager. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes,
Thank
you can. Okay. Unfortunately, given time constraints, we have to make the Q&A incredibly short. So does anyone in the room have a question or two? We could gather them and then pose them. Oh, we're right next to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hecker. Wonderful to hear from you. Obviously, we wouldn't have this conversation about South Korea going nuclear if North Korea didn't have nuclear weapons. So having mentioned the Trump administration and an inexperienced president, I think we'd agree with that. Did you find the efforts to try to find some accommodation, denuclearize the peninsula, possible, or did you think it was just sort of pursuing the impossible in terms of reducing the threat and therefore perhaps reducing the possibility of South Korea pursuing nuclear weapons?
Well, I sort of give the 30-year history of that from my perspective in my book, Hinge Points. And there what I point out, for the 30 years, sort of starting with 1990 to the end of the Trump administration, 2020, I do actually think there was this possibility of North Korea giving up its nuclear weapons under the right circumstances. And it's because I think each one of the Kims was actually at one point or another looking at strategic accommodation with the United States. And that was enough of an attraction that at least it opened the path towards them giving up nuclear weapons. But as I point out in the book, we never went far enough to actually find out whether we could get them to that point. Each time at these key hinge points, we wound up making the wrong decision. So that's the way it was. I think there was a chance. So that's the answer to their question. However, now, in the past, particularly the past year, since maybe February of last year, but set into motion by the failure of the Hanoi summit. I believe now North Korea has shown every indication that it is not interested of seeking accommodation with the United States anymore. And so it will be much more difficult. And so today I would be very pessimistic about North Korea giving up its nuclear weapons. The only caution I would throw into that, I also felt that way in 2017. And in the end, the North Koreans have shown themselves to be pretty pragmatic. And if the world changes in ways that we don't really know how to predict at this point, there could be an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hecker. Your insight is welcome, and you've obviously touched on the multifaceted complexities around this issue that have motivated our effort to hold this conference to begin with. I'm sorry that we don't have more time for Q&A, but we do hope that you stay on as an audience member as we quickly transition to our third panel, which, as you mentioned, will cover the international implications, and there are so many of them, of South Korea's potential nuclear armament. So thank you again, Dr. Hecker.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I look forward to listening to the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I do just want to quickly acknowledge Yoon Sun, who very, very graciously, at very late notice, accepted our invitation request to come give the Chinese perspective. Anyone who's familiar with Yoon's work knows that she is hardly a backup. She is, she might technically be in this case, but she is as expert as they come. So thank you again, Yoon, for filling in like that.
So thanks everyone for who's staying on for this last panel, and welcome to anyone who's newly joined this day's discussion here while we discuss the international implications of the South Korean debate over nuclearization. My name is Mark Fitzpatrick. I'm an associate fellow at the London-based International Institute for Strategic Studies, and I'm a board member of the Korea Economic Institute. And for purposes of this panel, it's relevant that I wrote a book a few years ago about Asia's latent nuclear powers, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. And I'm delighted to be chairing this panel with four experts who will explore different aspects of the international implications. I'm going to introduce them right before each of them speaks, so not all at once, so that you don't forget who they are. So I'll start with Heather Williams, who is director of the project on nuclear issues at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, otherwise known as CSIS. She's been a fellow at MIT, at Harvard Kennedy School, and a bunch of other places. Most importantly, we were fellow expats in London for several years, where we got to know each other well. She taught defense studies at King's College there, and she was a research fellow at Chatham House. Heather has published a paper on the KEI website, and it's jointly with everyone else. She did it together with Jessica Link, who was a program coordinator and research assistant at CSIS. Jessica won't be speaking on the panel. She's going to be cheering on in the audience back here. Like the title of their paper, Heather will address the global reverberations of a nuclear South Korea. Heather, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mark, for a very kind introduction. You make a great hype man. Thank you as well to Clint and Andy for the invitation to be here. As Mark said, I'm speaking somewhat on behalf of my co-author, Jess Link, from our paper, but I'm also going to make a few remarks more on my own from my work on the NPT. What I'm going to talk about today will be a focus on the implications of a nuclear South Korea for the nuclear order and the nuclear regime. I'll start off by focusing on the current state of play of the nuclear regime and its health. Quick snapshot, it's not good. Then I'll say a bit about the 3 scenarios for what a nuclear South Korea might look like based on our paper. And then I'll talk a bit about the implications and policy recommendations. But to give you the bottom line up front, I agree with some of the earlier speakers that fears of a nuclear South Korea are overblown because of the constraining power of the NPT. And the NPT has come up a few times. I'm going to dive really deep into that. I simply do not see South Korea as being the second country to withdraw from the NPT. I do agree with Dr. Hecker that such a step would be a significant blow to the wider regime. Despite its current challenges, the NPT remains an important foundation for the nuclear order, and from my experience working on NPT issues and working with the South Koreans on these issues, South Korea is a real leader in the NPT, so this would just be a really significant shift. So first, in terms of background on the state of play of the NPT and the wider nuclear regime. So the NPT community is incredibly polarized right now. It's been really stymied, really stuck, to be perfectly frank. I think there's 3 main polarizations going on. The first is somewhat obvious between nuclear possessors and nuclear non-possessors. Most of the nuclear non-possessors are frustrated, disappointed with the lack of progress towards Article 6 of the NPT and nuclear disarmament. The second polarization is within the P5, the 5 recognized nuclear weapon states within the NPT. The P5 is process and within the NPT is essentially stopped functioning. It's really stuck for pretty obvious geopolitical reasons. And then the third polarization is actually within the non-nuclear weapon states themselves. And this polarization is between states that are under a quote-unquote nuclear umbrella, that rely on extended nuclear deterrence, are involved in nuclear sharing agreements, and then the other group of non-nuclear possessor states who are actively working to undermine extended nuclear deterrence. And I'll say a little bit more about that. But in general, the NPT remains polarized. Every 5 years, as most people probably know, the NPT holds a review conference to assess the status of the treaty. The last meeting was in August. The meeting resulted in did not result in a consensus document, and this was largely because of Russia refusing to agree to certain language on Ukraine and Zaporizhia. However, there are some trends within the RevCon and NPT that I think are useful for this group. And that is, I outlined these different polarizations. There's also really active efforts for bridge building to bring together those different communities. A few of them that I'll flag. At the review conference, one of the main initiatives was around risk reduction efforts. This was largely focused in the NATO context, but I actually am going to talk a bit more about how I think this might be an opportunity for the US and its allies in Asia. Another growing trend is a new initiative, actually, by the UK and Norway on irreversible nuclear disarmament. And this is really only a year old. It's pretty fresh. Again, from my experience, South Korea has been very active in this. South Korean MFA has attended the meetings. They're putting a lot of ideas into the process. Another bridge building effort is led by the State Department. It's called CEND, Creating an Environment for Nuclear Disarmament. And South Korea co-chairs one of the working groups on emerging technologies. So that's all to say South Korea is really invested in this regime. Other pressures weighing on the nuclear regime right now, the biggest one one of the biggest ones I want to point to is the Nuclear Ban Treaty, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the TPNW. They held their first meeting of states parties in June. This treaty had a lot of momentum behind it. And it lost a bit of that around Ukraine, but that movement is still very, very influential. And there are a lot of voices within the TPNW community that are calling for states to withdraw from the NPT because of lack of progress towards disarmament. Other pressures include China has become much more aggressive within the NPT context. This review conference, it literally was a different China team in how aggressive and wolf warrior they went. And then the other trend has been, as I mentioned, this growing pressure on nuclear sharing. And we see, and nuclear sharing, but also extended deterrence. And that pressure is coming from the non-nuclear weapon states, it's coming from Russia, it's coming from China. And a lot of these actors have said, we are going after nuclear sharing, we are going after extended deterrence. And that will be one of their priorities for this review cycle. Other pressures obviously include Russia's violation of various arms control efforts and suspension of participation in New START. This is all to say the state of play of the nuclear order is not good. The NPT is fragile at this moment. The regime itself, all the various different components all seem to be in a weakening state. So this brings us to potential scenarios for a South Korea to pursue its own nuclear deterrent. And I don't mean to be flippant, but I do actually want to point out the timing just couldn't be worse in this sense. So in our paper, we outlined 3 different scenarios. A previous speaker had 2 of ours, so I'm going to go through these really quickly. Scenario 1 is increased nuclear latency. This would be part of an intentional strategy to create a nuclear option, or sorry, this would not be part of an intentional strategy to create a nuclear weapons option. And it isn't that likely to trigger international sanctions or cost, but it could create a foundation to leverage in the future. And I know a few people have indicated they think this is already the current state of play. This scenario would have the least impact on the NPT, but it will really depend on political trends and atmospherics within the NPT itself. Scenario 2 is the one that's a bit different from the earlier presentations. This would be a hedging strategy in which there would be more intentionality behind a South Korean nuclear program. The intent would be the primary distinction from the earlier one, as it would include deliberate steps towards creating and maintaining a nuclear option. A hedging strategy for South Korea would raise questions about its commitment to the NPT. It would probably raise a lot of questions about double standards, depending on how the U.S. goes on this. If the U.S. says, oh, South Korea has the right to pursue this strategy, oh, but Iran, you don't. That is a diplomatic nightmare, I assume. So it would also raise questions about South Korea's participation in many of the initiatives that I outlined before. And then scenario 3 would be a fully developed and deployed nuclear capability. In this case, South Korea would cross the threshold of nuclear acquisition by developing and deploying a nuclear weapon with corresponding delivery systems. One thing to flag here, because it hasn't come up, would be the question of whether or not South Korea would need to test, and if this would mean that they would have to withdraw from the CTBT. So again, potential really negative consequences on the global regime. This would make South Korea the second country to withdraw from the NPT in order to pursue its independent capability. And so it really could have contradictory effects, not just to U.S. policy, but to the NPT and to the nuclear regime itself. So those are our scenarios, and I'll now turn to implications and some recommendations. So first off, if South Korea were to withdraw from the NPT, this would just be a massive game change for the NPT. I literally cannot overstate how significant this would be, particularly because of the state of the NPT right now. I can envision this leading to a proliferation cascade into other withdrawals from the NPT. I think I differ from a lot of people in this room. I do not think Japan would be one of those first countries to go, but I'm happy to talk about that in the discussion. Fundamentally, this could lead to the collapse of the NPT. That is how significant I think that would be at this moment in time. So what can be done to try to avoid all this? 2 kind of areas I want to focus on. The first would be cooperation between the U.S. and South Korea as part of the alliance to strengthen the nuclear order, but also to strengthen the rules-based international order more broadly. China, Russia, South Korea, or North Korea, various other actors, when they withdraw or when they suspend participation in arms control treaties, this is literally an assault on the rules-based international order. It is an assault on the nuclear order as we know it. It is intended to increase ambiguity and uncertainty. It is really essential that the U.S. and its closest allies, including South Korea, uphold that order, that they are in lockstep on what that looks like. Some ways that they could cooperate to achieve this: continuing with the CE&D initiative. I mentioned before that in the NATO context, there is a big momentum building around strategic risk reduction, and I'm happy to talk about this more. I would be really keen to see a similar effort in East Asia among the U.S. and its Asian allies. And then another concept is the U.S., UK, and to some extent France are advancing a concept of nuclear responsibility. This has become a major talking point in the NPT context. The U.S., the P3 wrote a paper that was submitted to the NPT on this issue. I think it'd be great if South Korea got involved in this and talked about what nuclear responsibility looks like from Seoul's perspective. And then kind of final area that I want to focus on for implications and recommendations, does have to do with, for lack of a better phrase, calling out bad behavior. To be frank, I was pretty shocked by the lack of an international response to Russia's suspension of New START. And I think that this is an area where the U.S., working with its allies, should really do more to say we aren't just strengthening the existing order, we also want to increase and strengthen the norm against bad behavior. And so encouraging more states, particularly non-nuclear weapon states, to call out in unilateral statements what Russia has done. This is not, to be clear, this is not a dig at Seoul or South Korea in any way. But I have raised this point with many other non-nuclear weapon states, and their response was, well, we coordinated a statement within the Conference on Disarmament. Isn't that enough? No, the answer is no. There needs to really be a much more concerted effort with these unilateral statements that I'm talking about. It can be a tweet. The Austrians issued a tweet that was actually really good, and I thought was quite powerful. Those types of measures will, I think, go a long way to strengthening those norms, and also to encouraging other non-nuclear weapon states and states in the region to do the same. And I think South Korea is a leader in the region and a leader in nuclear responsibility and can play an important role in doing that. So just to wrap up, whether or not South Korea pursues nuclear weapons, this is not only a test of U.S. credibility, which we've talked about a lot, it is also a test of the reputational strength of the NPT and the nuclear regime itself. And I think among the allies, there is a shared interest and a shared need to see that that does not fail. Two real questions for discussion that I'm really eager to hear what people think is, do you think that South Korea would withdraw from the NPT and be the second to North Korea in doing so? And under what conditions would that happen? And then the follow-on question is South Korea willing to suffer the diplomatic, political, and legal consequences of such a move on the international stage? And with that, I will stop there.
I'm sorry, Heather, we're supposed to ask you questions. I thought that's the way this worked.
I used to be a professor. This is what you do.
Thank you very much. No, that was, if anybody didn't get the key point there, it's that South Korea really has been a non-proliferation leader. They've been wearing the white hat, and a little bit different from some of what we heard in the historical setting in the first panel, but over the years and building bridges and so forth. And boy, would they have to change the color of their hat if they were to take a different posture.
You said it better than I did. Thank you.
Thanks. So next up is Terence Matsuo. He's a freelance writer and a non-resident fellow here at KEI. I first met Terence when he was the assistant editor and senior research analyst at the Nelson Report under the tutelage of our great friend Chris Nelson. Terence has a Master of Public Policy degree from Pepperdine University. He works on American foreign policy vis-a-vis the Indo-Pacific with a focus on Korea and Japan. And Terence will talk about Japan's response to a prospective nuclear South Korea. Over to you, Terence.
Great. Thanks for that great introduction, and I also want to say thank you to KEI for inviting me on this project. I'm very honored to sit here among such distinguished colleagues. So Japan's government has been a strong supporter of non-proliferation efforts. Japan has signed on to most of the arms control treaties governing nuclear weapons, including the 1963 Partial Test Ban Treaty, the 1970 Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, which we've just covered very deeply, and the 1996 Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, which has not yet entered into force yet. And so there are also some domestic Japanese legal laws and norms that have supported this kind of non-proliferation stance. I'm sure we all know about Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution, which calls for a pacifist foreign and defense policy by Japan. There's also the 1955 Atomic Energy Basic Act, which confines nuclear research to peaceful purposes. And there's also the 3 non-nuclear principles, which are not codified into law, but are kind of a guiding statement of Japanese government policy. They were introduced in 1967 in remarks to the Diet by then Prime Minister Eisaku Sato, who said that Japan would not produce, possess, or permit the introduction of nuclear weapons in Japanese territory. At the same time, Japanese officials have sort of wavered in this opposition to nuclear weapons. As early as 1957, then Prime Minister Nobusuke Kishi suggested that nuclear weapons were permissible under Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution, so long as they were considered small nuclear weapons. Even Prime Minister Sato himself, who articulated the three non-nuclear principles, noted that they were not codified into law and suggested that Japan needed nuclear weapons to deter China. And so this kind of ambivalent approach to nuclear weapons has continued under the Kishida government. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, his family is from Hiroshima City and his constituency is still in that city. And so he's intimately familiar with the horrors of atomic warfare. He became the first Japanese leader to attend the NPT Review Conference last year. And he's also announced that he will host members of the G7 this year in Hiroshima City to support efforts to limit the proliferation of nuclear weapons. At the same time, Japan has still not yet signed on to the treaty prohibiting nuclear weapons and has echoed previous governments that the participation of nuclear weapon states is essential for the treaty to work. So Japan's government has not said a whole lot about this current debate in South Korea on nuclear weapons. I think this is for two primary reasons. The first is that far more attention has been placed on addressing the historical issues, which I think this audience is intimately familiar with. I think that issue has much more urgency and thus priority for the Japanese government. And I think also that this kind of quietness on the part of the Japanese government kind of indicates that Japan is a mature society and recognizes that this is still kind of a domestic debate that South Korean public needs to have. Having said that, I do think that if South Korea chose to pursue nuclear weapons, I think there would be a very strong reaction from the Japanese side. I would expect to see economic sanctions limiting trade and commerce between Japan and Korea, as well as a pullback from the kind of military and security cooperation that we've seen kind of revive in the last few years. I would also expect to see a very strong diplomatic reaction, perhaps including things like recalling the Japanese ambassador to Tokyo for consultations with the government, as well as Japan using international fora like the UN Security Council or the International Atomic Energy Agency to kind of isolate South Korea for its actions. The reason that I kind of believe this is because this is basically what Japanese government did in response to India's development of a nuclear weapon. In 1998, over the course of 2 days, India conducted 5 nuclear tests that were called Pokhran-2 after its location in the desert. And Japan was one of the states that really criticized India for this action. The Japanese government recalled the ambassador to India. They froze all Japanese aid grants to India, as well as called for a review of all international loans made to India by international organizations. They also used venues like the then G8, as well as the UN Security Council to kind of criticize India for this, for its actions. And I think specific to Korea, I think another important development would be a severe breakdown in the bilateral relationship. Under the previous government, I'm told that there was a sense amongst Japanese policymakers that Korea was kind of moving the goalposts when it came to international agreements that it had signed on to. Things like the 2015 Comfort Women deal, as well as the 1965 Normalization Treaty. They were criticized by some in Korea as being illegitimate. And that really fueled a sense of Korea fatigue amongst Japanese policymakers, and also encouraged a kind of perception on the Japanese side that South Korea was aligning more with states like the North and China. And so I think if South Korea chose to pursue nuclear weapons and withdraw from the NPT and basically reverse course on all these non-proliferation efforts, I think Japan would see these as kind of a betrayal of the so-called shared values that Japan and South Korea share. And it is possible that bilateral relations could recover. I mean, we've seen that with Japan and India. Both are very strong partners, both participants in the Quad and things like that. But, you know, bilateral relations between South Korea and Japan are difficult even in the best of times, both for diplomatic reasons as well as domestic politics reasons. And so, you know, I don't think it's a good idea for South Korea to willingly create new sources of friction with a partner and a neighbor that it already has such a complicated relationship with. And so in conclusion, you know, I would say that policymakers need to make decisions that advance their national interests, as they do here in Washington and Seoul and Tokyo. But I would say that South Korea should not consider Japan's rather reticence on this issue. That's not a signal of indifference or even, you know, quiet acceptance of this program. If South Korea chose to go nuclear, I think it would have severe short-term consequences. You know, in the long term, maybe things could recover, but I think you would have just a more fraught bilateral relationship between South Korea and Japan when that relationship is already so complicated and difficult. And so that kind of concludes my remarks, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Terrence. You stressed that Japan has also been a non-proliferation white hat holder. And you also, I think, very usefully brought up the historical precedents of Japan's response to India nuclearization, which is the only comparable historical situation here. And your description of, you know, how Japan would react to Korean nuclearization, the one aspect that we need to explore more is how dependent is that on the U.S. Reaction. And to give us some analysis of the U.S. reaction, we'll turn next to Caroline Milne, who is a research staff member at the Institute for Defense Analysis, which, by the way, is where Heather got her start. I forgot to mention that. Caroline is a principal analyst on the Nuclear Policy and Strategy team at IDA, where her work helps inform the Office of the Secretary of Defense, the Air Force, combatant commands, and other national security agencies. So she's pretty important. She worked at RAND earlier and got impressive degrees here and there, but the most important part of Caroline's resume is that she was an intern at the International Institute for Strategic Studies in London, where her boss was Mark Fitzpatrick. So I always think of her as Caroline Riley. She was great. She was one of those interns where I searched her out, not vice versa. So please address the implications for the U.S. ROK alliance.
Thanks, boss. So thanks so much for KEI for the opportunity to speak today. It's awesome to be here, and I think this is a tremendously focused day of research. My research question was specifically, if the ROK progresses towards a nuclear weapons capability, how might this impact alliance dynamics? So 2 disclaimers. The first is that these views are all my own and do not reflect that of the Institute for Defense Analyses or the DoD. And then secondly, everything I'm about to say is rife with potential measurement bias. As Heather explained, the initial non-proliferation crisis is extremely certain, but robust predictions beyond that, including on the alliance itself, are really hard to predict. First, you have an independent variable of rock proliferation that could take many forms. Then you also have a dependent variable of alliance dynamics that can really change depending on what level you're looking at and what time step you're looking at. So, for example, are we looking right after the potential proliferation is known, months later, years later? At what level of government are we talking about? Head of state, OSD policy, USFK commander, or all of that combined across issue areas? This alliance, as has been attested to by earlier presenters, is a fairly sprawling institution. And so there's a lot of dynamics to impact by this potential choice. So all of that being said, the first big sub-question for this exploratory research task was, would the U.S. government decide to sort of support this choice or seek to arrest or reverse it? And here I argue that it would be very difficult for Washington to accept this. It would, a future where Seoul has decided to move forward with a nuclear weapons capability is just as likely to feature a US that is trying to persuade Seoul to change its mind. And I see this as based on an assessment of two trends that make the risk of broader instability really too difficult to accept for Washington. The first would be the introduction of multiple new types of drivers for nuclear escalation. So you have kind of two nuclear reactors on the peninsula who are messaging one another, bring in China, bring in the U.S. There's also the period of time where Seoul will be building up its capability that might make preemption more of a risk for Pyongyang. So there are all sorts of drivers that are already complicated enough in the nuclear deterrence space that would be made more pernicious by the introduction of a ROC nuclear program. Secondly, I think the second trend that would be very risky for the U.S. to accept would be the encouragement or activation of the nuclear ambitions of other allies and partners. As it has been argued already today, what we're seeing today with the South Koreans, you could arguably make the same case for other states in the region. And then a third trend that Heather has recently raised is this issue of a diplomatic nightmare / double standard and working through that. So there are a whole lot of things that I think would discourage the U.S. from acquiescing to a Seoul decision to proceed with a nuclear program. Now, how would the U.S. go about trying to persuade a change in mindset? This would be a very, very tough job. It would be a task of compellence, which most scholars, or many of you here know, is a costlier and more difficult job than the coercive diplomatic cousin of deterrence. You're trying to change the status quo versus maintain it, and therefore it's much, the steps you're going to have to take to bring about the end state that you desire are going to likely, in theory, be more costly than if you were seeking to maintain the status quo. What this means in the context of this hypothetical world we're looking at is that a return to the status quo ante is going to be a non-starter for Seoul. I also think this suggests that, as Paul mentioned earlier, cost imposition is not going to be a helpful lever for the U.S. to use. I think carrots are going to be more important than sticks in this situation, especially at a time when, with the rise of China, if you look at the NDS and its focus on allies and partners in bringing about a response to the China threat, I think that trend makes carrots a much more important thing to turn to than sticks. The second sub-question for this piece of research, what's the most appropriate intervention that the U.S. Could turn to seek to try to reverse Seoul's decision? Now, at least for now, my sort of survey of the alliance space is that a nuclear solution would be needed to address a nuclear problem, and therefore the intervention would likely have to be rooted in the U.S. nuclear triad. Now, this is not like logically decided, right? It shouldn't necessarily have to be this way, and this kind of echoes my question before about other levers of deterrence, because this alliance has broadened so far beyond nuclear issues that it's almost disappointing that the solution has to be nuclear, because cooperation has expanded into so many other areas that I think you would think, in theory, deterrence in the nuclear space could be bolstered by levers of deterrence in other domains: space, electronic warfare, advanced conventional. So there's an integrated deterrence question here. An implementation of integrated deterrence question that I think this analysis begs for a response to. So, tabling that for now, if we think about what's this sort of nuclear intervention, I often think about hardware versus software, assets in the region versus consultative mechanisms that Paul described. The hardware part of extended deterrence in the Asia Pacific has dwindled in recent years since the PNI agreements in the early 1990s, while the latter has strengthened over the last 15 years. Still, I think we find ourselves in a situation where hardware seems to be what is looked to solve this problem. And so I'm thinking about hard power indicators of nuclear resolve. So if that's sort of the logic, then a negotiation of some sort of burden sharing agreement might offer returns to both hardware and software in this space. That said, there are clear and known risks and costs to this sort of decision, which both of the panelists here have already spoken to. So that's sort of where my analysis ends, and now I'm going to move into a few takeaways from doing that research. The first is that this research question is an unfortunate reflection of the downward trend in the security environment, and as in tandem with a downward trend in the confidence the U.S. and its allies and partners have in the tools that they have to address that environment. So that's point number one. Point number two is if we are in this situation where the ROC has decided to proceed with the nuclear weapons program, the future that is likely to manifest out of all of the alternatives is likely to be the least bad option. None of the options or none of the futures are necessarily great. They all have their costs and their risks associated with them. And so I think the choice is really going to be how can we minimize the damage to the alliance, to the broader global non-proliferation regime, and beyond. Third, as the U.S. considers its response to this situation, I would argue it would seek to adhere to two principles that have guided its choices about nuclear policy for years: the commitment to non-proliferation, and sort of these things have always been in tension, but also a commitment to extended deterrence and assurance. So I think it would seek to adhere to both of those principles as best it could, but the form and function that the solution would ultimately take will likely feature compromises on both of those principles. Again, if we're in this space, point number 4 is that it seems right now, given for example, the polling results, that nuclear hardware seems to have a core role in how we think about dealing with this potential issue. This is probably not where we thought we were headed in the 90s when we pulled all the assets out of the theater. And it also runs, as I mentioned earlier, counter to the expansion of the alliance in terms of its the many types of activities and engagement that the U.S. and ROC engage over. So why this is the case and does it need to change, I think, are really two big questions that that this community can seek to address over the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline, for a highly nuanced and really interesting presentation that raises so many questions for me. I hope we have time to address them. And I hope this doesn't sound condescending, but I will never think of you as an intern again. You are first class. Rounding out our panel is Yoon Soon, a senior fellow at the Stimson Center, where she is co-director of the East Asia program and director of the China program. Her expertise is in Chinese foreign policy, U.S.-China relations, and China's relations with neighboring countries and authoritarian regimes. South Korea falls into the neighboring countries category there. She has been at Brookings and at the International Crisis Group, and at short notice, as was mentioned, she graciously agreed to step in to provide her expert commentary on Chinese perspectives on the South Korean nuclear armament debate. So, Yoon Soon, over to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mark, and thanks to Clint for the invitation. What an honor to be the backup for Professor Han Hua, who has very large shoes to fill. Just before I start, are we following Chatham House rules today, or are we on the record? Or
we're on the record.
We're on the record. Okay, all right, good to know. Thank you. Just so you know, just so that I know, because I checked the recording is for KEI only, but maybe not. That's okay. So I have had about 3 days to prepare this. So I think I did my best to scope what the Chinese policy wonks have been discussing, what they have been saying, and what is the general temperament or the mood about this issue. And there are some similarities to what my co-panelists have mentioned, but I think there are also major distinctions. And I think the distinction primarily originated from this overwhelming influence in China's perception of pretty much anything today, which is U.S.-China great power competition. And I think that confers a strong sense of cynicism and also skepticism coming to South Korea nuclearization. as well as this talking point that NPT is still important, because I think the Chinese are still agonizing over AUKUS, and they do agree that AUKUS does not violate the wording, the specifics of NPT, but they do say that it violates the spirit and principles of NPT. So I think that's why the sense of cynicism and skepticism are quite striking in a Chinese assessment of this issue. So I'll cover 4 issues. The first one is the Chinese incredulity. That if you ask the Chinese South Korea analysts that, hey, do you believe that South Korea is going nuclear? Yeah, maybe, but no, not really. I think there's a very high level of disbelief that this is eventually going to, maybe not eventually, but this is going to happen in the near future. So the question is not only a political one. Of course, they are aware of the political, economic, diplomatic costs that South Korea will have to pay, and they do believe it has certain level of deterrence effect over Seoul's decision making. But I think they also question from a technical point of view that yes, South Korea has spent fuel, but well, to develop weapon-grade uranium, are they there? How long it will take? Do they have the infrastructure not only to develop the nuclear material, but also, now South Korea has pretty advanced missile capability, but in terms of other related infrastructure, is South Korea there? How long does it take for South Korea to get there? And one point that's raised by a foreign ministry affiliated analyst is that even if President Yoon starts today, he cannot finish within his term. So what does that mean for his decision making and also for his future successor, and whether this policy is going to be sustainable? So I think there are those skepticisms in China about this. And there is also the question about, well, South Korea is so small, where are they going to have the nuclear test? But so that's another question that may or may not require that nuclear test. So at least for now, it does not seem to be that many Chinese policy specialists on the Korean Peninsula are convinced of this imminent possibility. Although none of them deny that this could happen, they just see a lot of obstacles, not only political, economic, diplomatic, but also technical associated with it. And I think this is a reasonable response from the Chinese policy community, because they have more imminent concerns about South Korea, other than nuclearization, which is President Yoon's policy shifts from President Moon, right? And they are watching that South Korea improving relations with Japan. They are looking at this nightmare scenario that the rapprochement between Japan and South Korea, which is something that China had counted on to prevent the emergence of what they see as a Northeast Asia NATO led by the United States, and seeing that it's going away and this could happen. And they are concerned about, well, they know that President Yoon has adopted a completely different policy from his predecessor in terms of China, relationship with China and relationship with the United States. And they are, so far, they would say that, well, we have done our best, we have tried our best to hold our frustration and to play as nice as possible. Look, President Xi met with President Yoon in Bali for 15 minutes, but they met. But for them, I think this the unpredictability of President Yoon's policy, not just on nuclear issues, but more broadly about North Korea, about China, about the regional security architecture, that's a much higher level of concern for, an imminent concern for China. And that brings to the third issue, which is where the cynicism comes in. That I think for some of the senior Chinese strategists on the Korean Peninsula, they see this discussion about South Korea going nuclear as a strategy, as a means to an end, but not the end itself. And that's what was discussed as, well, a nuclear question needs a nuclear solution. And that's where the speculation that, well, maybe South Korea knows that it cannot go nuclear. Maybe its more realistic goal is to inflate its demand, and in the end, it will get something else. Still better than getting nothing, right? And this could be the nuclear sharing. This could be the enhanced interoperability between U.S. force, USFK, and South Korean forces. It could be the deeper integration between the two militaries. And at the minimum, it will exert more pressure on United States, on China, on Japan, on North Korea, on Russia, on everyone to change their behavior. So I think for the Chinese assessment, this point is particularly salient, that maybe South Korea is not aiming for nuclear weapons. They're aiming for something else. And I think this idea that, well, maybe nuclear solution, what the U.S. can do hardware-wise or software-wise is the answer, I think that will sort of substantiate what the Chinese were speculating. In the event that South Korea does go nuclear, even before South Korea goes nuclear, South Korea talks about going nuclear, a go-to strategy for China, and I think it does reflect their true concern and true intention, is to blame the United States. That first and foremost, how can you let this happen? This is your ally. Hold off your ally and manage your ally. And if you cannot, then what kind of global leader are you? So I think this will become a very big vulnerability in terms of the U.S.-China relations, because the Chinese will be attacking U.S. in every single way possible if this is going to happen. And I think the Chinese will raise the issue of AUKUS, because it does see it as a precedent of a U.S. double standard. I think they are going to hold the U.S. at an impossible level of accountability on this particular issue. And compared to that, I would say the Chinese concern about NPT, of course they're concerned about NPT's crisis and NPT's credibility, but I think for them to use this issue or to attack U.S. for this issue is going to be a much higher priority. In the event that South Korea does go nuclear, what is the end game? I don't think the Chinese have talked a lot about this, but the sense is that, well, yeah, if it happens, of course it's bad, but look at India, Pakistan. Eventually the world renormalized the relationship with India, and people, well, the world moved on. So I don't think the Chinese will go there as their first priority, as their first go to talking point. But if it does happen, then I think for the Chinese, they will try to coordinate a collective international response through United Nations. This is not going to be a unilateral reaction by China, right? And this is not going to be just unilateral response by the region. This is a global issue. I think the Chinese will bring this to UN Security Council, and they will seek UN Security Council action, because for them, this is not a China problem. This is a world problem. But at the same time, I think before it happens, like the discussion we're having today, we're trying to speculate what China will do unilaterally. I think the Chinese are very unlikely to announce or hint or even imply any unilateral or preemptive measures that it would adopt in the event of South Korea goes nuclear, because I think the Chinese will fear of being exploited. And the U.S. could point China to South Korea and say, look, China is a bad guy. If you do this, China will punish you. So I don't think the Chinese will see that as a feasible strategy, especially at this point when they're trying to maintain a stable relationship with the Yun administration. And last but not least, the U.S. response will have a significant impact over China. If U.S. tries to be lenient, which it doesn't sound like U.S. will be, if that is the case, then I think the Chinese attack on the U.S. alliance system, on the credibility issue will escalate to the next level compared to what the Chinese have said about AUKUS. But on the other hand, if U.S. is willing to pursue let's say hypothetically, the same level of sanction it pursued against India in 1998, then I think that will be something that the Chinese will prefer to see. But the implied message is that if U.S. does pursue that level of sanctions, that's inevitably going to do damage to the U.S. ROK alliance, right? Well, I guess it was to be asked that will the alliance still be there if South Korea has nuclear weapons? So for the Chinese, it raises a whole different list of questions. What's going to happen to the alliance? What's going to happen to the U.S. Military commitment, military presence on the Korean Peninsula? So that's going to represent a major opportunity of change on the Korean Peninsula, and I suspect that the Chinese will make full use of that opportunity. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Wow, that's another sophisticated, highly nuanced presentation. if you can do that in just 3 days' notice, I think you should always give yourself just 3 days to do anything. Come out brilliantly. Yeah. The point at the end that you made, would the alliance still be there if the ROK acquired nuclear weapons, is one that I'd like other panelists to address in their answers to the questions that I'll be posing, and I'm going to pose one to each of them in order, and then maybe another round of that, and we'll interact with members of the audience as well. So starting off, here we go. Heather, going through these scenarios, and you talked about a lot of the measures the United States might take, kind of in a, to punish, but to compel or coerce. What about what measures the United States might take in order to avoid scenarios 2 and 3 in particular?
Thank you for the question. I think Caroline covered some of it, so I'll just tease out, I think, one point in particular you made about integrated deterrence, because hearing the first panel this morning, particularly Paul's talk, I don't think you used the phrase integrated deterrence, but I was like, this is integrated deterrence, but we still don't quite know what it means, particularly in an extended deterrence context. So I think I'll pick that apart as a way that I think the U.S. might be able to offer more assurances to Seoul. And to do that, I think it's useful. I still go back to the 3 C's of deterrence and what it means for extended deterrence. So capability, credibility, communication. And so on the capability side, I think that it's a hardware issue, a lot of which Caroline covered, but I also think there's a capability issue in terms of the sustainability and health of the wider U.S. nuclear enterprise. Support and funding for that just continuously keeps getting pushed back, and as Paul and others have repeatedly told me, our U.S.'s allies watch that. Like, they're very aware, like ceiling tiles are falling down in some labs. So the capability issue, it's not just about hardware being forward deployed, it's also just about the health of the wider U.S. nuclear enterprise. I'll jump to communication as the other piece, and I think this is more of a software issue, but improving the consultation process. One thing that I hear from allies both in Europe and in Asia is that in the past, sometimes a U.S. delegation will show up and say, there's our policy, you've been consulted, you're welcome. And that isn't really a consultation. And so improving the consultation process, and as I understand, the Biden administration has made real efforts, particularly following the sole purpose declaratory policy debate. But then that leaves credibility, and I actually think this is the biggest, and to be clear, all 3 of these are very much interwoven, but I actually think the credibility challenge might be the biggest, and that is because of U.S. domestic politics. That if I were a U.S. ally right now, I'd say all these assurances are really great. Thank you for improving your consultation process. Thank you for trying to increase investment in the nuclear enterprise and all these things. How do we know that that's not going to change in almost exactly, like in 2 years? And I don't have a good answer for that. And so I think that that's a piece that there isn't a lot that we can do about, other than, so that's where I actually think focusing on the capability and the communication side really is the best in time investment on the U.S.'s part to try to reassure South Korea to avoid the hedging and the breakout scenarios. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Heather. Terrence, you mentioned that at times historically Japan has wavered a bit in its commitment to nonproliferation, or at least has talked about it a little bit. So let me say this. Before lunch, or during lunch, a couple of us were talking kind of flippantly about how many minutes it would take Japan to go nuclear if Korea did. And sorry, that was very flippant. But could we expect, do you think we could expect Japan to react that way if South Korea actually did produce nuclear weapons?
Right. Thank you for the question. I'm not a technical person, so I'll leave that to your great book on Amazon and the other specialists. But what I would say is that yes, Japan does have the technical capabilities, right? We've heard about how Japan has the nuclear fuel and the technological capabilities to do that, et cetera. But I don't think that the political will is there quite yet. I didn't include it in my paper because it was a little out of scope. But there was a small survey of Japanese and Korean university students done in 2020, I believe. And when asked, should your country take up nuclear weapons, something like 84% of Japanese respondents, the Japanese university students, said no, we shouldn't do that. In comparison, only about 40% of Korean students said that should not happen. And so what this tells me is that, this commitment to pacifism and this opposition to nuclear weapons, I think is very strong. Even 7 decades after the war and a few decades less from the, I think it's the Happy Dragon accident where Japanese fishermen were exposed to nuclear fallout from an American test. Even though all of these decades have passed and people literally have grown up in a world not having actually experienced these nuclear events, there's still a strong opposition. And so I understand the point on the technical aspect that yes, Japan has this ability, but I'm not sure that Japan has the will to do so.
Well, I guess, Terrence, it's not so much the technical, it's the emotional response. If this neighbor across the sea with whom they've had so many historical issues and there's this lingering animosity we're all well aware of, if they develop nuclear weapons, would that change the emotional attitudes that you've described so well about the anti-nuclear attitudes? Would that be strong enough to change that attitude? And I'm guessing you're going to say no, but maybe not.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't want to get into the historical issues, not just because they're out of scope, but because that's so complicated. But I don't think Japan views South Korea, the Republic of Korea, as a threat. There was a book published in, I think, 2012 by the Asia Pacific Initiative Foundation in Japan that identified a unified Korea with North Korean nuclear weapons as kind of the worst possible scenario for Japan. But I think that has a lot of assumptions built into it, and that presumes that a united Korea with nuclear weapons, or just a Korea with nuclear weapons for today's discussion, is one that is revisionist, is hostile to its neighbors, and is threatening in that sense. And so, that's why I brought in the point of India, right? India does not have nuclear weapons directed at Japan. India has acted otherwise fairly responsibly in terms of nuclear issues and security efforts. And so I'm not certain that Japan would feel extremely threatened by nuclear weapons in Korea.
Okay, thanks very much, Terrence. Yoon, you talked to, I think, well described the incredulity with which Chinese, look at the debate in South Korea. They don't think it's going to happen. But then you also mentioned the potential for nuclear sharing as one option that the United States and South Korea conceivably could pursue, and others have suggested this might be one answer. Would Chinese see that kind of nuclear sharing? And there's variations of what nuclear sharing could be. I mean, you mentioned the possibility of a Northeast Asia NATO. That very well could involve some kind of nuclear sharing. So do they think this is a real possibility, and how would they react to it?
Yeah, that issue is actually is pretty well elaborated in the Chinese policy discourse as well. And I do think that they see that as a bigger possibility compared to the nuclearization of South Korea. But I think at this point, they still see that likelihood is relatively low. So it's possible, but the probability is not extremely high. It's higher than not South Korea going nuclear. But one elaboration in China has called into question that, well, first off, there needs to be domestic consensus in South Korea. Secondly, there needs to be domestic consensus in the United States. And thirdly, US and South Korea also need to develop a consensus on what will be shared, how and when. So I think that's what the Chinese see as a process, and it's not going to be a speedy process for any of these consensus to develop. And there's also the question as well, what kind of nuclear sharing? Of course, any kind of nuclear sharing between US and South Korea will be seen as bad news by China, right? But the details still matter.
Yeah.
Is it a NATO-like or NATO type of nuclear sharing that US will have tactical nuclear weapons in the member states, but the member states military will be trained to use them or deliver them with the approval from US and UK? Or it will be, I think President Yoon mentioned at least once that he does not want technical nuclear weapons on the South Korean soil. Then maybe this is a Chinese misquote, but I read it in the Chinese deliberation. So what does it look like? I think those questions are still quite unclear in terms of the arrangement, but overall it's higher probability than South Korean nuclear armament, but still a big issue for China moving down the road.
Thanks very much, Yoon. Heather, I wanted to come back to you. Were you the one who said you need who said a nuclear response is needed? I'm sorry, Caroline. Dr. Milne. A nuclear response is needed to a nuclear problem. Can you elaborate? Did you mean nuclear sharing, or what did you have in mind there?
I meant by the term solution, I did mean, in this case, an instance of nuclear hardware being deployed to the region, or some nuclear asset being in the region. Now, that was based off of my observations over the past 10 to 15 years of how we have had a number of consultative mechanisms in place, which I term hardware, and yet we still seem to find ourselves in a situation where confidence in the tools that the alliance has to address the threat environment is not high. So by a process of inference, I looked to hardware in this particular piece of analysis. The nuclear piece of that I find to be really interesting because of the proliferation of other types of potential solutions that could be used to address this deterrence issue. Space cooperation, electronic warfare. Sorry, I've mentioned these a few times, but cooperation in cyber. These are other tools that presumably should be more at the forefront of addressing issues of coercive diplomacy, and yet the debate seems to keep coming back to the nuclear type of solution.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to ask the audience in a minute here if anybody's got any great questions. Has anybody got any lukewarm questions? Paul, you got a great question, I'll bet.
Lukewarm. So I'd like to ask whoever on the panel might be able to speak to this about the point that Dr. Milne just made. I see one challenge with non-nuclear capabilities achieving strategic deterrence is the ability to prove its effects. How are we able to demonstrate that? You know, whether it's space or cyber, to the point where we can raise confidence that you can, in fact, achieve nuclear deterrence via non-nuclear means.
Well, I guess I would turn that back to Paul first and ask so when you talk about effect of nuclear, are you talking about 1945?
So this is where I think in the South Korean military, it's very poorly communicated when we say that our advanced missile capability has the same power as, say, low-yield nuclear weapons. Right? I do believe that what they mean by that is that it is able to achieve the same military objective that we seek via low-yield nuclear, which is to be able to penetrate bunkers and threaten regime survival. Right? So I don't necessarily believe that the metric by which we need to prove non-nuclear capability is a 1945 type destructive power, but it is to demonstrate we could penetrate facilities in the north to the point where it would threaten and cause pause in the Kim Jong-un regime.
Understand. So I think that the first question I would back up and ask, what are the objectives you're trying to achieve through the effect? So I think establishing that first is key. Then I think there are a number of ways you can go about demonstrating that a certain means could have a particular end. I think models are a good way to do that. I think war games and TTXs are increasingly, that draw on models are increasingly a strong way to go about doing that, especially if they're done with partners. So I think there are ways to, and I guess this makes sense because I'm an analyst. Of course, I'm like, you can analyze it. But I do think there are ways short of conflict and in conflict demonstration that you can use to demonstrate the effect.
Okay, let's broaden this out a little bit beyond the Paul-Caroline debate. In the front row here, sir.
Is there any chance South Korea might adopt the Israeli approach and build a bomb in secret and never admit whether they had it?
You want to go ahead? I have an
No.
answer. The reason there's no chance is because South Korea is such a vibrant society. The press is so free to the point of being irresponsible. And there's no way that anything can be kept secret in South Korea. It becomes news immediately. Back in the 1970s when Park Chung-hee was pursuing it in secret, the United States found out then when they didn't have press freedom. So I think the idea that they could do it in secret today without anybody knowing, it's just not possible. Sorry, Jeff, first of all here. You're right here. You've got a mic next to you.
Great panel. Quick question. Carol, I'm directing you to start with. You said a nuclear solution to a nuclear problem, hardware. Might the AUKUS model play here, where you're sort of a little bit pregnant here? In other words, we're not providing you a nuclear capability. And we talked in the last panel, of course, that South Korea enjoys the infrastructure right now to produce everything but the active materials. So making that transition would be ostensibly fairly easy. And for the other panel members, obviously interested how China, Japan might react to that type of arrangement. And Heather, for you, of course, what that might mean for the NPT regime if we start playing that model more broadly.
Okay, Caroline, you go first, and then Yoon, and then Terrence.
So I would say yes, I think it offers a really interesting model that you could potentially apply to other allies in the region. Where I think you run into issues is that there are a number of different types of alliance mechanisms going on in the Asia Pacific. And I think it's confusing, or they don't necessarily all add up to a direct pull into the extended deterrence fold. So I think that it could potentially be useful how all of these overlap in a way that is additive and productive from a deterrence point of view remains the question.
I think it depends on specifically what arrangement is being sought after here. Like if it's the AUKUS like arrangement, does that mean that the U.S. will collaborate to provide South Korea with nuclear power submarines? And if that is the case, I think for the Chinese, well, there is already a precedent, so very unlikely they can stop it. But I think they can pose the question that what is the South Korean intention for having it? Is it about North Korea, or is it about China, or is it about something that's bigger? And if there is no good explanation as for how this arrangement is not going to affect China's national security, I think the Chinese will retaliate, and they will take measures, like not necessarily like what we saw in 2016, but there is a pretty long list of punitive measures that China can seek.
Your question about like the latent nuclear capability on the part of South Korea and the response by Japan, actually that type of strategy is something that some scholars have discussed about Japan, where Japan, as we kind of discussed, develops the capability to go nuclear, but waves it around and says, oh, but we're such great people that we won't do it. So if South Korea chose to do that kind of a strategy, I don't think Japan would be particularly upset, mostly because that's what they do too. And I'm not exactly sure what you were asking about the AUKUS-style arrangement, but what I would say is that, the U.S., Japan, and South Korea they have talked a lot about that trilateral cooperation, particularly under the UN government. And so I think that is another way to kind of reassure Japan of South Korea's intentions, of that kind of cooperation of we're all on the same page, we all know what we're doing, we're not going to be surprised like that. And I would also just kind of point out that that's another reason why South Korea should not necessarily consider nuclear weapons, is just that there are conventional capabilities available to it, and that has a quality all of its own.
So potential implications of an AUKUS-like agreement on the NPT, it really depends how this AUKUS agreement gets through the NPT, which is still very much TBD. At the review conference week 2, China, this was China's #1 talking point, and for about 4 days, every one of us became an expert in nuclear propulsion, and that was all that the NPT talked about. It was a great 4 days, let me tell you. But in seriousness, China's points did get some traction. And there are quite a few countries that are now very interested in nuclear propulsion and its compliance with the NPT and where it fits in. So I think that this is very much that this is still unfolding. One thing I would just flag, though, is that the other side of the debate within the NPT context around AUKUS, that's also still evolving, right? So yesterday at CSIS, we hosted IEA Director General Rafael Grossi, and on the record, he said, thus far, the process that the US, the UK, and Australia have been following is, quote, a model of transparency. You take that and juxtapose it to China's lack of transparency, particularly around NPT issues. And so I think there's still very much some competing narratives going on in the NPT about where it'll fall on AUKUS. With that said, seeing the strain that AUKUS is putting on the NPT, I'd be pretty worried about trying to do it a second time around.
Michael?
We haven't discussed the country that's far closer than Korea or Japan to getting nuclear weapons, and that's Iran. And one is what effect Iranian development of a nuclear weapon would have on the region. And I bring it up in this context because every analysis I've read since last week says that China's role as a marriage broker between Saudi Arabia and Iran has vastly diminished the likelihood or the possibility for the U.S. and Israel to take action against Iran should they do so.
Kind of sounds like my question, because I do Iran day in and day out.
Well, I was thinking of you when I asked.
I don't think China's stage managing this rapprochement has any impact on Israeli ability or willingness to take military action to stop Iran from developing nuclear weapons. Because China isn't going to be, attacked, and China doesn't have military assets to bring to bear on these issues. They have commercial assets, and that's what gave them leverage with Iran. I think if Iran did get nuclear weapons, this wasn't your question, but the impact on Northeast Asia, it provides an incremental motivation possibly, or excuse for other countries to think about moving out of the NPT. Everybody would watch how, if South Korea, broke out of the NPT, if Iran breaks out of the NPT and gets nuclear weapons, maybe South Korea would be slightly more interested in doing so, but only very, very slightly, because they have their own totally domestic reasons for doing so. We have to end in a couple minutes here. Before we end, I just have one last question for both Heather and Caroline, and it has to do with timelines. You talked, Heather, about kind of discrete scenarios of latent and latent capability and hedging and nuclear weapons, but of course it's all one continuum. And similarly, Caroline, you kind of talked about you can't return to the status quo ante, but what's the status quo ante if there's this continuum? It kind of depends on where we are along this. Maybe each of you address that continuum issue?
You go first.
For me, the status quo ante is a situation where the tools of the nuclear tools of the alliance are mostly are mostly in the U.S.'s job jar. And so I don't think in a situation where the rock has proliferated, that returning to, or that maintaining that would be useful to reversing the decision. I think this is an area where, and I think that the generalized phenomena here is that you have an alliance where the ally is seeking to take on a broader role, and the U.S. is going to have to start to work with that more in the burden sharing department. Not necessarily nuclear burden sharing, but just extended deterrence at large. It's always been Ally 1 does something, Ally 2 does something, and then they work together to do something. So far, it's mostly been in the U.S. when it comes to nuclear tools of deterrence. I think spreading those tools around might be more advantageous in this situation.
Okay, thanks.
In terms of I think of the NPT context in a continuum, I think it's really going to depend on how the nuclear regime, responds to three different evolving trends, which are all at odds with each other, which is going to make it really, really hard. But the first is how the regime responds to what's looking like Iran's further enrichment activities, but also other bad behavior. Does Russia just get to suspend involvement in New START and suffer zero political consequences? That doesn't say a lot about the strength of the regime. At the same time, it's a question of how can the regime adapt to increasing great power competition? How can it remain flexible to that? And then I think the third pressure is and all three of these are going to happen before the next review conference. These are all things that the regime's going to have to kind of evolve with. And the third one is how the regime will respond to growing pressure for nuclear disarmament. And it feels strange to talk about that pressure at a time of an ongoing war in Ukraine that is backed up by nuclear threats and when nuclear risks are rising. But disarmament pressure is also rising in tandem with that. And so kind of my final point on all of this is that continuum of how those things evolve and how the regime responds to it, the U.S. and South Korea as allies can play a really important and influential role in shaping that. And it's just really important that they are in total lockstep on how they want the nuclear order and the nuclear regime to evolve over time.
Great. We end on a very positive, forward-looking notion there. Please join me in thanking great panelists. And then Clint has something to say.
Just very quickly, it's been a long day, and I really want to thank everybody for sitting through all of it, both here and then online. I had high hopes for this conference beforehand, and I really have to honestly say they've been far exceeded. I learned a great deal from reading and editing your papers, and even more from listening to you share in the panels. Particular apologies to those who I asked, especially on this panel, and I think Boram as well, to try to tease out potentialities, right? When it's so difficult to do so, it's speculative. But I think you all did a fantastic job of, it wasn't speculative at all, it was really deliberate teasing out based on where we are, despite all the imponderables involved. And the last thing I'll say is, this was not meant to be a sort of, here are direct policy recommendations, marching order policymakers. This was meant to foster deeper understanding so as to help support policymakers in their efforts in a very difficult environment. And I think we've absolutely achieved that, even though we've probably raised many more questions than we maybe answered. But this has been wonderful, and I want to thank KEI for its support in this and everybody for their involvement as well. So thank you once again.
Thank you.